Good morning, everybody. Welcome to The Lead Live. I'm Louis Amestoy. It is Nonprofit Week, and as we've seen before with nonprofits, they are a little bit disorganized sometimes. And our first nonprofit has not shown up. So there you go. Welcome to the show, everybody. Once again, we are live from the Peterson Health Digital Studio here at Pine and Plow Brewing Company in beautiful Kerrville, Texas. And we are on our way to a very busy day. Even without our first guest showing up, we have a tremendous lineup of people to talk to today. At 8:30, we're going to have our first guest will be Karen Guerrero of Kerrville Pets Alive. And whoever she brings with her, I'm looking forward to what she has to offer. So it's going to be an exciting week of shows. We've got more than 40 who are going to come this week. And let me just run down the lineup for you as well. It's because this is going to be an incredible week. I've got different people that are here. Here is our lineup today. At 8:30, Kerrville Pets Alive will be here. At 9 o'clock, Freeman-Fritts Vet Clinic and Shelter at 9. Our Lady of the Hills at 9:30. 10 o'clock will be the Pregnancy Resource Center. 10:30, Hill Country Atelier. We have like an arts theme at the very end of this. And then the 11 o'clock Playhouse 2000, the Callow Center for the Performing Arts. And then the Hill Country Corral at 11:30. And then at noon, it's added, because there was a little mix-up with their scheduling, but we'll have the Center for Fitness at noon. Tomorrow, the Big Fix, H.E. Butt Foundation, the Guadalupe River Center, Kerr Connect, KACOC Foundation. That's the Kerr. Actually, that's the Kerrville Area Chamber of Commerce Foundation. Sorry, that'll be Mindy Winderly. The Ultimate Gift of Life, the Texas Master Naturalist, and the Hill Country Master Gardeners will all be here to talk about their things as well. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. So we've got quite a lineup those first 2 days. Who else do we have? And the third day, actually, I'm sorry, we have the Big Fix to start off. That's Leslie tomorrow. She may not be here today. The Dietert Center on Wednesday. Bird City Kerrville, that means Katie Capel will join us. Symphony of the Hills, Gene Dowdy and Tim Summerlin. Sisters in Service. That's Suzanne Geschwind and the lovely Jennifer Natal, who I usually call Natalie. American Red Cross, it means Debbie Zabka will be here. 10:30, the Riverside Nature Center, it means the great and powerful Becky Etzler. Anthony Teague from Prodigal Road Ministries will be here. I think he'll bring others with him too, but we always look forward to seeing Anthony. And then at 11:30, the Kerrville Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association, the KCP AAA will be here at 11:30 on Wednesday. And then noon, the Hill Country Crisis Council. One of those days, too, we also have Elevate. I'm keep adding ones to it as we go along. Elevate Academy, I think, will be here tomorrow at noon, I believe. Thursday, it's the Kerr County Women's Chamber, the Kerrville Folk Festival at 8:30. Kerrville Christmas Lighting Corporation at 9 a.m. Heart of the Hills Heritage Center at 9:30. Dementia Care Advocates, a program of the Dietert Center, will be here at 10. The Hill Country Defense Alliance is a new organization here at 10:30 a.m. That'll be Dr. Tim Summerlin of Shrine University, and I think General Michael Oates will be there too. At 11 a.m., the Habitat for Humanity Kerr County will be here at 11. 11:30, Hill Country MHDD Centers. And then at Friday, August 22nd, as we wrap up the week, we have Kerr Arts and Cultural Center, Gunnings Warriors, Hill Country Heritage Farmers Markets, together Hill Country Veterans at 9:30. The BCFS Health and Human Services will be here at 10. 10:30 Hill Country Veterans Center, the Doyle Center at 11 a.m. And then we wrap it up with the League of Women Voters citizenship classes information. Those will all be here this week, and looking forward to talking with everybody this week. So you got about 20 hours of programming this week as we continue our annual. This will be our fourth annual nonprofit week celebration. And like I said, don't be surprised if that lineup changes throughout the week as we add some. Maybe some might not be able to make it. I already had a couple groups that had to drop out, including the Glory Community Garden. They had conflict. And then the Veterans Dogs of the Hill Country. They had to reschedule. We'll probably get them in maybe next week as well. Wednesday is a big day for us. Actually, Tuesday and Wednesday are big days for the lead. Tuesday is our 4th anniversary of the newsletter. So technically our 4th anniversary. Although it's between the 9th and the 19th. We relaunched the show on August 9th, 2021. And then we opened up with the newsletter on August 19th. That's when we relaunched the KerrCountyLead.com website. That was on August 19th. And then our 1,000th episode of the Lead Live is on Wednesday. So 1,000 episodes that'll be our deal. So looking forward to it as well. Many of you have joined us throughout this time as we've put together these shows, and it's something to behold. One of the things that we're tracking right now, as far as news and notes goes, it was that we just got through writing extensively about the situation with our schools. The Texas Education Agency released its ratings last week on Friday. Hunt ISD A-rated, of course. They're showing real promise, obviously. There's also some peril in these ratings, too, and you have to really dig into them as well. Hunt had a score, though, of 94 of 100. They were the highest rated district in the county. But Ingram was right behind them at 91. Hunt has got 196 students. Ingram's got about 1,400 students. So Kerrville ISD had a B rating. They were at 80 points, but they did have they had 4 schools that earned A or high B ratings, but led by Fred Talley Elementary School with 92 points and 6 state distinctions. However, Starkey got an F. And that's the elementary school got an F, and there's a big gap between Starkey and between Talley at this point in this as well. And if Starkey continues to have struggles, they will face a state takeover, but that's that's a couple of years down the road here. So they have to put a plan in place by November 14th to get this thing righted, and then hopefully by the end of next year, they will be in a good position to get out of this F rating. There was some alarm at the last one too, where they were I think they were a D rated school previously, so going in the wrong direction. Centerpoint was a C rated district with 76 points, but graduated everybody. They have 100% graduation when they're serving 534 students at Centerpoint. Divide had a B rating. There are still some concerns, about what we're looking for. And a lot of people don't like these results in the first place. They don't like these kinds of rating systems in the first place. There's a real question about the fairness of them. They factor in a lot of areas into these, and that's where we're at with this. Okay. Let me get here. Scroll down here a little bit. Last night, the Hill Country Arts Foundation had a fundraiser, Arcadia Live. It was called Golf, Guitars, and the Guadalupe. And it was wrapped up by a concert. They had 5 or 6 acts last night. I got to 2 of them, including the first song of Uncle Lucius, but it was kind of late last night. I think they were a little bit behind schedule. But they had a nice crowd there. A lot of people have been playing golf all day, and were enjoying the evening. And the music was really nice. I guess Arcadia had been trying to get a hold of Uncle Lucius for quite some time, and this was a good get for them. No idea yet on how much money they raised. Looked like they had a pretty good day with the auction. They were putting out a lot of things out there for the auction. So there you go. But that was at the Arcadia last night. We have a full photo gallery available for you to view online. Not a lot going on today as far as events go. Tomorrow, though, we've got a few things, including the Tuesday night jam at Gravity Check. High school girls volleyball. Divine plays at Ingram. Tom Moore tomorrow. Bernie Champion at Tyvee. Those games are at 6 and 6:30, and then Centerpoint and Comfort and Bandera Tangle. Those times would be announced. So The Kerrville Economic Improvement Corporation meets today at 4 o'clock to discuss flood recovery efforts. They're going to get an update on this, including their some of the things with their budget and what they're doing as far as their renovations go at the Olympic pool and some of the projects they've been working on over the last couple of years now. And as mentioned, we got a lot of things going on this week, just not a lot going on today. The weather is going to be weird this week, I think. Looking at the forecast for the week. We've got let me say this. We should prepare for a dramatic shift from scorching heat to active thunderstorm activity as the work week progresses, according to the National Weather Service. We bring the hottest conditions of the forecast period with temperatures climbing near 98 degrees and heat index values reaching as high as 101. The combination of high temperatures and humidity levels will create potentially dangerous conditions during the afternoon hours. So stay cool out there, everybody, if you can. All right, let me see here. The weather pattern begins shifting Tuesday as atmospheric changes increase rain chances to 40%. High temperatures remain dangerous near 97 degrees with heat indexes values up to 103, but afternoon and evening thunderstorms become more likely. Wednesday through Friday we'll see more active weather throughout the week as meteorologists forecast daily rain chances between 40 and 60%. So it could be a stormy week ahead for all of us here this week. So there we go. Those are some of the headlines this morning as we wait for the folks from the Kerrville Pets Alive. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more here on the Nonprofit Week. I'm Louis Amestoy. We'll see you here in a bit. All right, we're back. Our first guest was a no-show. We'll deal with them later. Karen Guerrero's here, though. How are you, Karen?
I am well. I haven't seen you in a very long time.
I know. It's been ages. Ages.
And I just got to see Mayor Herring that I haven't seen in a very long time.
We were just talking. Let me get set up here. I was set up, but we were just talking. I was looking at your beautiful video you guys did. I got about halfway through it.
Yeah, I get sad every time I see it.
It's a tough one. It's a hard one. Let's get started on this thing. Kerrville Pets Alive is a sponsor of the lead, and I'm always grateful for them to be here. Karen and I are dear friends, along with her husband, Lang, and then she has 3 kids. How are your kids doing?
They're doing very well. Very well.
Quincy is at UTSA?
She's at Texas State now.
Texas State? Mm-hmm. Oh, very good. She's a Bobcat now.
She is a Bobcat.
Grace has a master's degree.
She's a Bobcat that also went to that concert last night, that flood relief concert.
Did she?
And it was very powerful. Yeah.
That was the one with Miranda Lambert?
Yes. Grace just graduated with her master's from SCAD, and Will is working downtown Austin in financials.
Oh, very good. Nice.
Real estate investment.
Very good. So the kids are good.
The kids are great.
That's great.
Thanks for asking.
All right. But you have other kids like Jody Tillman and Brenda Hughes.
Lots of other kids that are not with me right now because they are working some way or another, either at their jobs, with their personal jobs, or at the shelter, or at our safe campus right now.
Let's just dive right into it here. We could wax on about the efforts of Kerrville Pets Alive, on and on, but the flood did what to your organization?
It changed us.
How?
Well, I wrote down something when we were going through that, and I said we were living what we're becoming.
Yeah.
And we, as you know, are planning to build a safe campus, which is saving animals from euthanasia.
Right.
And the events surrounding the flood just supported our need for that pet resource center for Kerr County. I can't explain it, but it was really epic. It was a devastating situation, but we learned so much about what we needed to become for the community, and it was amazing.
I mean, if you really look at what happened there, you just showed me. I'm going to share this. I'll share this video here in the notes and later on today and in the stories. You produced a video the first few hours of July 4th, 2025. Like, where were you? What were you doing that hour?
It's funny you asked that. I was up already, probably about 1 a.m.
Couldn't sleep.
Couldn't sleep.
Because the thunder and lightning were crazy.
I keep saying that, and I heard other people say that as well, but I've never heard such consistent thunder and lightning. And of course, I've got animals that remind me of that. Yeah. But there was a big boom, and I just thought it was unusual. Then around 4 a.m., as I recall, I did get a flash flood alert on my phone. I have all kinds of alerts on my phone. And not knowing the destruction that was brewing, all I could think about was, hey, no 4th of July activities. I felt bad about the equipment down by the river, all the people that had come into town, including, my plans for the 4th. And again, not knowing what was about to happen.
Right.
So,
I think you thought, I don't know if about you, but a lot of us thought that, it's going to be it could be like a pretty wet start to the day, but we weren't expecting what we saw.
No. And so that's when the concern, I was thinking about our safe campus. We have some animals over there, and we needed to go check on them. Mm-hmm. So Lang and I got out in the truck, Lang, my husband, and started to drive down try to go across the Loop 534 bridge, and realized quickly that we were not able to pass. And that's when I saw what I saw, and that's really what brought me to my knees. Knees was what I saw. Yeah. And, turned
the
around.
Loop 534 bridge, you're going across this thing. And when you came out of River Hill, you guys live in River Hill. Right. Could you see the river coming out of River Hill, or did you?
No.
Yeah.
No. No kidding. That was the ironic thing about everything. You can't
really see it.
Didn't know, but then
you come across the 534 bridge and you could see it.
And at that point, to me, they were going to let us across, and then all of a sudden, law enforcement just flashed their lights and stopped us. And I think they hadn't even really blocked it off at that point. But unbelievable. And then I saw a car, in the water with tail lights, and that was just
that was
heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking to see that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you'd seen that.
Yes.
Yeah. What time was that in the morning? Was that like
around 7? 6:50? Yes, 7.
Yeah.
And that car, I saw that car in other pictures.
Yeah. Just
in the Ingram area.
Yeah. It shows you the power of water.
Yes.
And how big that flood is. What we didn't know at the time was the actual chaos that was happening further upstream, and what point in the day did you start realizing organizationally, like, we're going to be reunification, we're going to be helping people identify their pets, and I think I shared this with you before. And I'm just going to share it with you again because it'll resonate with you, that the most difficult thing that I covered was one person saying, was mad at my obituary I wrote for a family because I didn't include the dog, and the dog was never found. And, you're like, you forget about that part of it being that the dog should have been included in the obituary because the dog was everywhere in their photos. Mm-hmm. So that was something that I think was powerful for a lot of people to think about. So
it was, and you asked me what part of the day, and I think shortly after that, when some of our board members started waking up and seeing the alerts, and then we started talking to each other, realizing that there was a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But personally, it's a people problem, at that point, and not a pet problem, and just hearing the reports and all, but looking down at the shirt I had on, I was like, I'm with Kerrville Pets Alive. My job today is to deal with a pet situation. And so we started visiting, and one of the first things we thought was, gosh, we've got a full shelter over there. Right. And if we're going to go into emergency mode, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have an influx of animals. And so that was a big concern.
And at what point during the day too did you really think, we're going to have all these animals here, and I mean, it just really changed the way you guys operate, basically.
Probably around 8 a.m. Okay. I wasn't sure it was for an hour after that. Yeah. Realized that's what was going to happen. When I saw, seeing that water going under the bridge, it was overwhelming to me. So that's when our friends with Austin Pets Alive heard about what was going on, and I got I believe a text. I've got thousands of messages, but I believe a text from Dr. Ellen Jefferson, they were our angels throughout this, asking if we need help. Could they send a team down? And I said yes. And I believe within hours, going back, that they showed up.
Right.
They showed up in full force, ready to help us. They've been through this before a lot.
Right.
So our little, we're all volunteer. Basically, we have a board and some volunteers, and they set out to help us and kind of sit in the background, and then also just help where needed.
Right. And to have that level, we saw this organizationally across many different groups, throughout the week. Salvation Army people came in from Dallas and other places to help out with their efforts. You kind of need it,
yes, absolutely,
because you need sort of someone who's sort of objective and calm, because you're dealing with the emotions of it too, because this community, you've lived here for years now, and to see what's happening is hard for people to process.
Yeah, especially when you're hearing, from other messages that there are people missing that Mm-hmm. So you've got that emotion going on, and then you've got to do your job in the capacity that you're in with Kerrville Pets Alive. So, yeah, I can't say more about that organization. Again, they showed up, they sat in the background and listened, and they helped where needed. And so the biggest help they was creating a pet database, lost and found database for us, because we were getting calls left and right and texts left and right about missing pets. I know, like you said, it's people missing, but they were people that had their own only companion as a pet were concerned about their pet. So that came in immediately. And so were able to establish that database. And Austin Pets Alive cleared the shelter for us. That was very emotional. I took every animal from Kerr County Animal Services. That is the shelter that we volunteer with.
I didn't realize that.
Yes, and they also took animals from our safe campus we had that were there temporarily. So it opened the doors, and that was the biggest help, opened the doors to flood animals coming in.
So they came in, they said, okay, well, here's the first thing we can do. We can take all the animals that we have, we can transfer them to Austin. That clears up your situation here.
Yes.
And then, like you said, midday, late in the day, Friday into Saturday, you start seeing all the posts on missing animals.
And people reaching out to us, right. And also trying to be sensitive about the situation with people. We have a lot of connections with first responders in the area. We have a large following with our Facebook, social media.
Right.
And, but hey, when do we at some point try to ask for search and rescue people, first responders to look for pets? That didn't seem like a priority at that time. Right. And there was a time when we were able to do that, and they were open to that. If you see in our video, which you can see hopefully later today on our website, it is posted on Instagram and Facebook. We were able to go out to the people shelters and set up kennels.
Okay.
And that was Ingram Elementary School, and then Calvary Temple Church, and First United Methodist Church. So wherever people could go, they were bringing their pets.
Right.
So there was a call for that. And also out at the fire departments. They were very welcoming. Lots of people there with their pets. So we went and set up there. But, we were scrambling like everybody else was to communicate with who we could communicate with and do our job and get the word out that we were, too, looking for missing pets.
Right. And then this became to, not only, you're looking at reunifying pets with owners. How many times did that happen?
Sadly, the reunification was not always about alive pets. There were some deceased pets, which, we carefully documented, and some of them were cremated, not yet, just depending on the situation. Mm-hmm. But I would say 25, 30 maybe, and that was just either through communication on Facebook, emails, things like that, or actual physical reunifications, which we took videos of, and we needed that, and those happened pretty quickly when we heard about animals coming in, and we were working very closely with Kerr County Animal Services, who were out there, boots on the ground, picking up animals. So we would communicate about it. There was a couple that ended up there. Sadly, one owner still hasn't been found, I believe.
Wow.
And the other owner was deceased, but got that dog back. And then also a dog that from the Burgess family, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes, we were able to send back to a family, the remaining family in Houston. So those things, to a lot of people, pets are family. We're a retirement community. And as you know, so many people were visiting during that time and had their pets with them.
Yeah.
So it not only comforted the families with the reunifications, but it also, we needed that healing too, to know that we could have a hand in that.
What was and then you started keeping track of how many pets that were found deceased too, and that's a hard number to discuss. And it was significant, right?
It was significant, and we had first responders and some search and rescue teams that thanked us for actually going to retrieve those animals. Mm-hmm. We carefully retrieved the animals with help from first responders, because we, when you had those animals to deal with, some of the search and rescue teams were thrown off by that. So it was actually very helpful. We, as you know, it was just massive destruction for living things, and but we were able to retrieve, and we scanned for microchips and things like that, and we were able to reach out to some owners through those microchips.
Yeah, right. I mean, it was the storm came on so fast that, one of the things that I was struck by too was that the folks at the Hill Country Arts Foundation, found, dead fawns on their property because they couldn't get out of the way of the storm, And so, the animals can be resilient, but even they can't get out of the way of some of these. And I know there's been some discussion about horses and cattle and things like that.
Saw those, yes.
Were swept away as well. So, it's just one of those things that, changes you organizationally. How has this changed Kerrville Pets Alive?
Well, like I said, we were living what we were becoming, and I think it's changed us knowing what we need to be going forward, which is Pet Resource Center for. We do not want a disaster of this magnitude to happen again.
Right.
But we need to be a Pet Resource Center. We were a command center for this. We had a property which we're going to have a new one for that was able to hold kennels, all the supplies needed, host horse teams that came in, host search and rescue. We had a vet on site. We had an army of people.
Dogs everywhere too.
Yes, and we helped. And so we were. It was a communication hub for also search and rescue teams that were out there that needed, I don't know if you remember, but whenever they were in those waters, they had to have special baths. So we had all that solution there. Again, medical team there to help with the search and rescue dogs. And that's what I learned, what we needed to be. And also that ironically, we had a part of an animal crisis team here in Kerr County, and a week or so before, we had just had a meeting starting to plan with Dub Thomas, and we also need a disaster response plan.
What does that mean for an animal crisis team? What does that entail? Exactly?
Well, in this day and time, people don't leave their pets, and so we want to make sure pets stay home and people are safe, and we want to help them with their pets and want them to know that they have a safe place to go, and we're going to help. So that's part of that, identifying shelters, hotels that will accept pets and people at that time, and having a plan, I think, all the way around with all the first responders, with the city, with the county, all along the stretch of the river, just revisiting a plan.
Right. And making sure you have, that plan in place. And so that was it was kind of top of mind, I would think, then as you went into this deal.
Right.
Like everybody who was associated with this flood, the days were incredibly long. How did it affect your volunteers? Did you gain volunteers from this?
We did. We didn't keep count, but people from all over the country came in to help. I would say at least 1,000 volunteers overall those days.
Wow.
Our volunteers, I can't tell you, our team is amazing. People basically set aside their families, their lives, their jobs, dropped everything. I know the first night we were there till 10:30, and the next few days late, it got earlier and earlier. But we had 2 campuses going.
Wow.
We have our Shriner campus, thanks to Shriner University. We've got our new Safe campus on Memorial, 2926 Memorial. And that we basically had to shift operations where we were going to have medical care and all at one place, and then receive all of our donations of supplies, which was overwhelming as it was for other nonprofits at our other campus. So those volunteers, our food pantry, there were, again, there at 7 a.m. till probably 6 p.m. every day, never stopped, and it was hot, very hot. So I can't tell you the team of volunteers we had. It was just so uplifting.
Yeah. And now you kind of have to, we're still in this sort of recovery mode, and it's going to be a long haul here, but now you've got to get back into, preparing for the new animal shelter and your new campus, which people sometimes get confused. Like, what is the role of KPA in the Kerr County Animal Services facility that's under construction, and what is the role of your new Safe House campus?
Well, it's always been the same. We are the support system for Kerr County Animal Services, or a county animal control facility, taxpayer funded, usually low, staffing challenges, sometimes budget challenges. We provide all the medical care for all the animals there, supplies, equipment, publicity, anything they need. So we're their nonprofit. We can receive donations, tax-deductible donations, which we also spend on the shelter. So the animal shelter is a law enforcement animal control facility. Mm-hmm. We're their kind of extra, I say. Yeah. And they have to take in animals in protective custody, bite cases. They're governed by the state of Texas. So again, we're the extra. We listen to every need that they have. We include them. We communicate, and it's a beautiful partnership. But Kerrville Pets Alive is I would say our safe campus is kind of a layover for animals that have been, we spay and neuter the animals in animal control. They're not allowed to come back to the shelter environment until they are healed. So a lot of them spend time over there at our safe campus, and also ones awaiting transport to rescue.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's there's so much to unpack with what Kerrville Pets Alive means, and in its sort of, it's essentially you guys were founded to help the county with this effort, because there was a lot early on. They didn't want volunteers. There was method. There was people on the commissioner's court who didn't really care about, critters for the most part. They were like, So.
Right. Well, it's a health and safety issue. Everybody's just thinking we want to save all the animals, but no, we have to have a healthy and safe pet population in the community.
Yeah.
And as you know from Leslie, we're working with the Big Fix and the San Antonio Feral Cat Coalition to trap and spay and neuter some of the displaced cats. A lot of animals came out of the woodwork after this that were hiding. So we're trying to get those animals healthy, and it's an amazing effort between a lot of different groups. I
can't remember if we discussed this or not, but there was a pretty good sized feral cat colony in Louis Hayes Park. You would see them down there, on the kind of the west side of the parking lot there. They probably got to higher ground, I would suspect. What do we know?
Yes. So I'm in touch often with Sarah Ware, who is the head of the Big Fix, and sadly, I know she tried to go and capture some of those cats. They're kind of some feral cats, and so they're not really easy to hand catch. Yeah. She went down there initially. It was heartbreaking. I heard that one maybe jumped back into the river. Oh, but, also mindful of law enforcement, first responders. We didn't want to cross the line because the park was closed off. Yeah. Great news is, it's sad news, but great news, about half that colony has been located, according to her. Some started showing up by the library, and so really, it's a good thing.
They made their way over to the library. Yeah. Well, that shows you the range, I guess, is pretty significant. Yeah. So, that's the higher ground part of this as well. There's been so many questions about the impact on animals during this storm. And what we've done with this, and this is going to be an ongoing piece of this as we go forward. What were the lessons learned for you, for the organization?
Well, I fortunately was a part of, it's called NARS. It's National Animal Rescue Society Coalition. So, talk about a game changer for me. I probably had at least 50 or more media interviews where the national news media would show up outside and put a microphone on you. And then I'd get called into these meetings, which were FEMA, Petco Love, all these national organizations that deal with disasters. Mm-hmm. So I learned that we were definitely a resource hub. I got calls from first responders asking, how do we get livestock out of the river? Right. And you know what? We had the time to figure it out. So
I called, I asked or live dead. How do you get them? Yeah, I got to get a crane or something.
I found out that that's AgriLife, right? And so I was able to, I got a call from a first responder asking with the county, asking, hey, can you find this out? And so we did. And we had that team together there, and we were kind of, they were in the trenches, doing some hands-on work, and we were sitting at a table trying to think about how to solve issues, and that's what we did.
Wow. That's an incredible effort there too. And now you have to get ready for the fur ball.
We do have to, and the fur ball is going to look a little bit different this year. We, again, in light of the situation.
Do you have to change the whole thing? Because
no, people, we still need operating funds, but we want to make this a celebration and also a remembrance of what happened in July, and we'll have a a lovely video, and we'll also have some speakers, and we'll also celebrate some of those people that are heroes that came and helped us, and a lovely, I think, wall of some memorable things. We don't want it to be sad. We just want it to be special.
Well, and that's the thing that's interesting about this whole endeavor is that you've got a you've gone through this effort to kind of make sure animals are safe. And the heartbreaking part of this is that a lot of animals, lost their lives during this storm. And then to get right back at it, seems like, how do you balance that? That's the question, I guess.
Well, what we're needed for every day is still going on, never stopped. We're having surgery done right now on a hospice patient pet that we need a home for. I mean, that doesn't stop. So you just keep going with this kind of in the background, and we've shifted a little bit. We still need, the fundraising going on, which is the fur ball. We decided that we were blessed with a wonderful grant from the Community Foundation, trying to make the best use of that. And
what does that do for you? What is that? What was that designed
What
for?
did that? I have to say we were panicking a little bit in the beginning, saying, we are going to have an extra load of animals and medical expenses on us immediately. And when they came in and shared that they were going to give those funds to us, it was I just could take a breath, and we could just do our job. And that was tremendous that it was immediate to us.
Yeah, because like everybody else, I mean, one of the things, like I tell the story too, just kind of sort of true, sort of half joking, but it's like you're into this process, and then you also look at your bank account, and you're like, oh my gosh, I just spent how much money on this,
Exactly.
And you don't even think about it. You just spend, and and then you got to catch up, and so.
Right. And the fact that they recognized that so quickly was very important, especially for smaller organizations like ours. And we also realized part of this effort with the Community Foundation funds is we're going to host a Kerr County Pet Resource and Wellness event on September the 13th, where we will have free vaccines, microchips, medical consultation, food, supplies, anything and everything pet that day from 8 until noon at our Safe Campus.
All right. That's great. Is that going to be the new campus or the old campus?
It'll be the current one. We don't have the new one built yet. So, but again, just everything pet that you need. We want to help people with their pets so they can take care of themselves. So come get food, supplies, medical advice, anything you need.
That's outstanding. Well done. And I'm sorry you couldn't have all your team with you here today.
It's okay. We are a working board, and they are all working right now.
Who's on your board? Tell us who's on your board.
Okay, so we got Brenda Hughes.
She's trouble.
She's what?
She's trouble.
She's trouble. She's my vice president. Brenda Hughes, Jody Tillman, Karen Johnson, Susan Burns, Jennifer Houghton, Russ Patterson, me. Who am I missing? Let me know.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good start, though. Those are people I'd go to war with. I'd go to war with Jody Tillman and Susan Burns any day.
Yes. We've got an amazing, and again, hands-on board every day, and it's that we're different. We're different, and that's okay.
That's all right. All right, Karen Guerrero from Kerrville Pets Alive. Good to have you here. You're always welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to start this off, and thank you to all the other amazing nonprofits that are to follow me that made all these efforts possible.
All right. We'll talk to you again soon. We'll take a break. We'll be right back with more here on The Lead Live. I'm Louis Amestoy. It's Nonprofit Week here on The Lead. Coming up next is going to be Freeman-Fritts. All right, we're back with our second of. Well, we had a third one. We had another one earlier, but they weren't able to make it this morning. But Carolyn Dreyer and Charlotte Silvers are here from our good friends over at Freeman-Fritts. Usually we see Phyllis, but we got you guys today, and I'm excited about that though too, because Phyllis is great. But the Freeman-Fritts is just an amazing organization. We're in a pretty good position here to have amazing animal organizations here in Kerr County.
That's true. We are.
So I'm going to push that microphone down just a bit for you, Carolyn.
Okay. And we've got Phyllis doing surgery this morning.
She's surgery.
She has got to.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
You
really?
got the second team in.
Mondays are surgery days. Yeah.
All right, Freeman-Fritts is here. Just good to see you guys here. By the way, Jeff Harris just jumped in and said good morning, everybody. And we couldn't do this without the support of our good friends over at South Star Bank. They have numerous banking services for nonprofits. So if you're looking for a nonprofit, if you're a nonprofit looking for banking services, go over and say hi to Kyla Gazelle and Jeff Harris over at South Star Bank. They'll bounce in here at some point this week and tell us all about their offerings. But one of the stalwarts of our community is Freeman-Fritts. And Carolyn and Charlotte are here. You're both volunteers. Why?
Right.
Why?
Yes. Yeah.
Why are you a volunteer with Freeman-Fritts?
I volunteered for Freeman-Fritts. It was the first place I volunteered when I moved here in 2016. And I had volunteered at the Humane Society in San Diego for years. And they were just dedicating their improved shelter. And so I went to that and I immediately signed up because I'm an animal lover.
Yeah.
Then almost immediately adopted 2 cats.
Oh, no. They got you right off the bat. That's a great story, though, too. I mean, you saw the opportunity to help out right off the bat. And then for you, Charlotte, what was the motivation for you?
We moved here in '85 and always worked at the hospital.
Okay.
And the new hospital, when we moved into it, there was a cat that kept walking in the hospital.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they could open the doors up.
Yeah, right.
And some people took offense to that. Yeah. Imagine that, not a cat in the hospital. But anyway, I met Big Fix. They helped with the cat. Volunteered with Big Fix for many years, and then met Phyllis and Freeman-Fritts. And then when I left Big Fix, I started with Freeman-Fritts. And
what was the... so you got that kind of hook in there already to do this. And what was the for you, what's been the best part of being part of Freeman-Fritts?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the people and helping the animals, their dedication to everybody in this community and outside this community. And that's something, though, that, I think that one of the things I've said before is that this community is resilient. It gives back. Yes. And Freeman-Fritts is a pretty good example of that effort. What has been the last month been like for Freeman-Fritts?
Well, in addition to all of the normal activities, which are phenomenal at Freeman-Fritts, the minute the flood happened, almost the next day, Freeman-Fritts kicked in, and since the flood, they have medically treated something like 182 animals.
Oh, wow.
And they have been animals that have been brought in, that have been injured, or they've cleaned up some of the rescue dogs, the cadaver dogs and the rescue dogs.
Yeah,
that come in.
That's been a big part of it, too, because there's so many. I was just out last week, and I just saw dogs all up and down the river still, dog teams. Yeah, there was probably 4 or 5 I saw.
They have received and distributed truckloads and truckloads and truckloads of pet food and supplies. Mm-hmm. Some have come over from Arizona, some have come over from New Mexico, and they are still getting food out to people who need it, flood victims who need food.
Right.
And there have been some really extraordinary personal things. 2 of our staff members, Tammy and Jessica, heard about a cat that had been adopted from Freeman-Fritts and had to be left behind when its owner was rescued from his wrecked house. So Jessica and Tammy went out on their own and got into the wrecked home and rescued Tippy, who miraculously was still there.
Wow.
And brought it back to Freeman, and they treated Tippy, and Tippy was reunited with its owner.
Because we're having a theme here this morning, because we had Kerrville Pets Alive to begin with, and there has been, Karen made the point that there were some stories that were heartwarming, but there's been a lot of heartbreak with this story as well. Has it changed? I mean, what was day one like for Freeman-Fritts for on July 4th? I mean, you guys probably were kind of off that day, but what was the day? Well, actually, the 4th of July is always sort of a stressful time for animals already because of the fireworks situation. But what was that day like?
Well, July the 4th for us would have been a holiday to begin with, so we wouldn't have on staff Phyllis and Dr. Key and some of the other people there. Right. When the call went out, heard what was going on with the flood and the animals, everyone came in. And like you say, I mean, we just started where we needed to start. People were already calling. Yeah. Have you seen my cat, my dog? Or I've got a hurt fawn over here. I've got a raccoon babies over here that we found. Right. I mean, they literally hit the floor running that morning and didn't stop.
The wildlife angle is fascinating to me just from the standpoint that it showed you that this storm was far more powerful than people even understand and much more unpredictable than people understand, because even wildlife couldn't get out of the way, of this thing. And we've heard stories of fawns, they're not smart enough yet to figure it out, and then they got washed away as well. And then livestock, obviously, as well. The role that Freeman-Fritts plays, I think, is like, it's so multifaceted, because you also have the medical part of this as well. How busy was it those first couple days with the medical piece of it?
It was busy. I mean, they were checking, like you say, the SARS dogs. They had some come in. People bringing in pets that they had found on the river. Cats and dogs, and again, the wildlife and stuff. And then we have to make arrangements to transport our wildlife out.
One of the stories I heard early on was that the SARS dogs, the search and rescue dogs, were worn out. Like, they don't know when to stop. They just keep working, but they needed to be looked at and taken care of and treated for things, because the water at that point was dangerous and probably toxic in some areas too. So, I mean, just taking care of those dogs in itself were amazing,
And then we're talking, it was so hot. I mean, can you imagine having all that, even the dogs, having all that equipment on, and then being out in that water. In the heat, and then, like I said, we got cooling blankets in just as quick as we could get them in to give to them.
The thing that's interesting about Freeman-Fritts, we'll talk more about the storm here, but I want the origin story of Freeman-Fritts. And Carolyn sent me these wonderful notes about this as well, which I'll use for our articles we're going to produce. But what is the origin story of Freeman-Fritts? And there's a big anniversary this year, right?
Yes. We're coming up on 40 years. It's celebrating 40 years. Yeah. But actually, and I'm finding all this out every day I'm there, I find out new stuff about Freeman-Fritts. But the history is fascinating. It actually started in 1968. Wow. With a group of little old ladies.
That's usually who does it here in Kerr County.
Little old ladies.
Right. Yeah.
I was going to tell her, don't say old.
Yeah.
Because we're sitting here, don't say
Well, in 1968, you guys, you
like
two,
us.
You two were youngins, hanging out and doing things, So.
But these little old ladies would rescue dogs from animal control and save their lives and find homes for them. Okay, and so after a while, they decided that they wanted to do more. That they were concerned about animal welfare, not just control. So they formed a nonprofit. And
Animal Welfare Society.
And the Animal Welfare Society, okay? And then Betty Fritz was really interested in spaying and neutering, and Margaret Freeman was interested in vet, they wanted to do veterinary. They wanted to do it all, like we do today. So they started fundraising.
Wow.
And they had spaghetti suppers. They had bake sales. They had a cakewalk. They had, at one point, they auctioned off or raffled off a gremlin, the ugliest donated gremlin.
Wait a minute. Someone. Oh my gosh.
Somebody donated a gremlin.
Wouldn't that be great to do that today? 40 years later, a gremlin.
The ugliest car ever. And you know what? They have voluminous scrapbooks. Freeman does. Yeah, and they have the winning ticket.
Oh, wow.
From this gremlin auction.
That sounds like a good
they started
story.
looking for property, and in 1986, they broke ground for what has now become the 5-acre, Freeman-Fritts compound.
Yeah.
And which is expanded. And actually, one of our favorite things is that one of the people that manned a shovel at that groundbreaking is still a volunteer at Freeman-Fritts. She's 93.
Wow.
Okay. And she weighs about, 98 pounds soaking wet.
Wow.
And she is still a volunteer. And she has a wood shop, and she makes things like this.
Oh, fun.
Which I'm giving to you.
Okay.
For our market days booth that we have.
Nice.
So this is the kind of commitment and dedication and longevity that Freeman-Fritts has.
Well, because I grew up in a family of animal lovers, for the most part. They were always part of my life. And, I always tell my dad when he has 2 dogs now. And I said, you're going to be like 85 with this dog still. And you're going to be old and the dog's going to be old. What are you going to do? I'll be fine. My dad's never not had a dog in his life. So, and I don't know that he can imagine not having a dog in his life, even he gets into his 80s. Yeah. So, how do you, what about you two? You're both into your 70s, late 70s, early 80s. Do you have dogs and cats, or could you imagine not having one?
I can't imagine not having it.
No, me.
Yeah. I'm cats. I've got cats.
And I do too.
Yeah.
I'm a cat lady.
They're pretty easy to deal with.
I have cats adopted from Freeman-Fritts.
Yeah.
Freeman-Fritts. Yeah.
Yeah. I recently became a cat person for the first time in a long time, and they have their moments of joy and terror.
Terror being the operative word.
Yeah. Usually for me, it's 4:00 in the morning when one of the cats wants to be affectionate. So it wants to be petted.
And that horrible sound, that bleh,
that noise.
That's a real waker-upper.
Right, yeah, waker-upper. Yeah, that's a great noise. What is that? Gross. But, at 93, though, you think about this, you just do it. It just makes sense. You don't get tired. That's what keeps you going.
And some of that we have some permanent residents at Freeman-Fritts, cats, whose owners have been volunteers, have been friends of Freeman-Fritts, and have died, and their kitties have come back to Freeman-Fritts, and they will be there forever, forever. And now we have a program where we offer sponsorships of these kitties.
These cats.
Yeah.
Like I sponsor Crackle.
Okay.
And there are others that, Kimmy, and there are other kitties that people sponsor.
That's the thing that's interesting about this too, is that, one of the toughest things about living in a retirement community is that you've got animals that who's leaving us? Who's departing us?
I don't know who that is.
Josie Sanchez. Yeah.
Is that you have an older population. The animals will pass away, or they can no longer take care of the animals. And we see that over and over again, which is really hard to
and
deal.
We do. We have about 30.
Really?
Yeah. At Freeman, who are
in our shelter.
And
in our shelter.
Do you try to rehome those animals? Do you try to rehome those animals?
Well, there's some we do, we do, and but others are there permanently.
For the duration of
they're sort of unadoptable. Yeah.
Some of our people, when they die, and they'll bequeath money to us, or they'll bequeath money in their cats.
Right.
So definitely those always have a home with us.
Right. That's amazing too. That they'll do that. They'll bequeath that to you.
Mobile homes and houses and cars.
Right.
Never got a gremlin back.
You got a gremlin. Yeah. You never got the gremlin back. So maybe we can find it and auction it off again. That'd be great.
Wouldn't that be great?
The other things that I've sort of stuck out in my mind, is you have the kitten shower.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the events you guys have had. What are all some of the events that you've had?
Well, we have the kitten shower at the end. I guess the beginning of summer more. It's like
Kitten
in May.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kitten season starts. We have.
Market days.
Well, we always do
We have a
market
booth at
days,
market
and
days.
we do the business expo,
Yeah.
and any other places that we're invited to.
Right.
That
right.
we go to the Chamber of Commerce is around
Right.
Kerr County and.
What are
Kerrville.
all the services that Freeman-Fritts offers? What can you give me a rundown of all these services?
Well, we're a full vet clinic. We
Yeah.
do not do critical care.
Okay.
That needs to go a full service.
Right.
That would be a veterinary clinic in town. Vaccines, any kind of vaccines, cats and dogs. We do heartworm testing and treatment.
Okay.
Of course, spay neuters is our
Biggest one, right?
yeah, that's our
Right.
huge push is to get that done. Minor's surgery that could be done in the clinic, like for abscesses, Dr. Key can treat those. Upper respiratory infections, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right. And is it just dogs and cats, or are there other critters that come through there?
We have mostly dogs and cats, but we also occasional wildlife. And usually, what happens with wildlife is that some of our volunteers transport wildlife to the Wildlife Rescue and Rehab Center in Candalia.
Right.
But we have volunteers. We have about, I think, 36 active volunteers.
Right.
Okay, that help with a staff of 8, only 8 people. And of course, we have the shelter. So many people in town, their beloved pets have come from Freeman-Fritts.
Yeah, exactly.
So we chip them. We make sure they're healthy. We spay and neuter them, and then they are adopted.
So if someone, so as far as the shelter is concerned, what does that look like as far as that? Like if someone brings an animal to you, do they bring it intentionally because there's some reason, or do they abandon the animals? How do you deal with those?
Well, it can be both ways.
Yeah.
We have, our staff, Phyllis and them get there for surgeries at probably 6:30 in the morning to start setting up.
Right.
And they have come in and found at our gate taped up boxes, no air holes, with
Lovely.
puppies in it,
Yeah.
or kittens in it.
Right.
Mother cat.
They have found them in the big Tupperware sterilized
Oh,
container
tremendous.
with the tape
With one
dog.
can of cat food.
Oh, people are clever, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah.
And it's so easy for them to have just come in,
Yeah.
wait an hour or whatever, and bring them in.
Yeah.
Don't put them. They could be dead, and
Right.
they get out of the boxes. Some of the adults, the dogs and the cats, they've had dogs chained up to the front gate. It can get really bad.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking.
That's awful.
It really is.
And then you also offer, but when you do the shelter though, like what are the procedures to get those animals like back out there to get them to be adopted, or how does that work?
Adopted.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yes. We rescue from animal control, Kerr County Animal Control.
Yeah.
And kittens that come in, we have kitten warriors. I have to
Tell me about
think
the
what the
kitten
name is. The
warriors,
kitten
yeah.
warriors. We have bottle babies.
Yeah.
Mamas get killed,
Right.
and babies aren't ready to be weaned yet, and we've got volunteers, fosters that will bottle feed,
Yeah.
which is no easy task.
Right.
We have to get up every 2 to 3 hours and bottle feed. But we get them up to the point where they're old enough, get them completely vetted,
Right.
all their vaccines, their spay, neuter, whatever they need, and then put them up for adoption.
Wow.
And like I said, we have people that have died, family members will bring in, and then we have dumped. And usually it's amazing, a lot of the pets that are dumped, the cats and dogs, are actually friendly.
Oh, wow.
You would think of them maybe being feral cats
Yeah.
or wild dogs or something.
Right.
But they're actually friendly.
Right.
It's sad.
Right.
But no, we do get them ready for adoption. We have volunteers that come in and work with them, dogs and cats. Socialize. And so they're ready to go.
I'm always
And we
amazed.
do-
I'm always amazed too. Like sometimes I'll see a dog that'll be up for adoption, and like, wow, who gave that dog up? And pretty quickly you find a home for it. Like when I follow you on Facebook, I see those stories pretty routinely that you're getting those success stories pretty quickly. And then what other services do you offer? Is boarding is part of that as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Board.
What is the boarding situation like?
Yeah.
We have boarding for large and small dogs.
Okay.
And our boarding is actually in back of our clinic. If you've ever been out there, your clinic's in the front.
Right.
And then in the back
is it spa like for the critters? Is it like a hotel like vacation type thing?
For most of them, it is.
Yeah.
They get their 3 meals a day or whatever they need, and they get walked and bathed. We have spa days that we can do with bathing and clip toenails and stuff. And then the same for the cats.
Right.
We have large. We call them up and downs. Instead of just crates, then you have an up and down, which is bigger for them to stay in.
Right.
Gives them more room.
Kitty condo.
Kitty
Kitty
condo. Yeah. Cats are funny though. We have one that has a gigantic condo. It's basically the entire patio. It's now. The entire patio is now the cat's domain.
Oh, my entire sunroom is
kitty sunroom.
Part.
Right. They just love it out there. So. Even when it's blazing hot, which I can't figure out. Like, why are you out there? Aren't you? Somebody will come for the air conditioning too. It's funny though. I got to tell this quick story. Took the dogs down to the Big Bend area. Took a little hike, and the dogs were like, "Get me back to the car." Like they could not get in that car fast enough. They hated that walk so much. So funny. What's the future of Freeman-Fritts look like, in your estimation?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
We are looking at different services that maybe we can expand on.
Mm-hmm.
We're just keeping on. We're just doing it all.
Yeah.
Like
we have for 40 years. Yeah.
What's the volunteer situation like? Do you need more volunteers, or always need volunteers?
Always. Everybody in town.
Everyone needs volunteers. Yeah, because a lot of our volunteers are seniors, are older citizens, and
they're retired and looking for something to do. And what's better than sitting there with a cat in your lap and brushing that cat?
I say it is the best therapy in town, and it is free.
It is free.
Yeah.
And I don't know who enjoys it more, the kitties or me.
Yeah.
It really is wonderful.
Right.
And it's so flexible.
Yeah.
So flexible.
Right. How many volunteers are there right now? Do you know off the top of your head?
30.
We have a lot of names on the list, but there are about 36 that are active that actually are very, very active. Right. Really.
And financially, it's a never-ending, fundraising effort, I'm sure.
Right.
I mean, that's just the reality of our nonprofits.
Absolutely.
What kind of support have you gotten during the flood from others?
Well, Community Foundation has been awesome.
Yeah.
And I think they have donated to a lot of people in town.
Yeah.
Organizations and
many
people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of people are like, why would they give money to the pets? We're like, well, as I mentioned before, one of the most difficult stories I had to hear was a family member who was upset that I did not include a pet in an obituary of a flood victim, and I hadn't even really considered it. Before, and now I'm like, maybe we should consider these more frequently. Survived by their beloved dog, or they died with their dog.
Exactly.
So
that's an idea. I had not thought of that either.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Exactly.
I mean, that's part of the story.
That's part of their life.
Exactly.
Probably a huge part of it.
Yeah. And
absolutely.
And that was the message of the call. Like, how'd you get your facts on this? I'm like, oh boy, here it comes. I did something dumb, and I left the dog out of the obituary, and that was a hard one. Yeah. So you guys have weathered, which is appropriate, the flood. But what does the long term look like for Freeman-Fritts post flood and all the awareness we've had in the community on recovery? What does it look like for Freeman-Fritts?
Well, we continue to address the problem here in town of all of the feral animal, homeless situation. We actively work with other groups, Big Fix and other groups, to alleviate that. We continue try and raise funds, okay, for the ongoing services, and stand ready to address a situation like the flood. Or over the years, we've had many emergency situations where we've had to rise to the occasion. And we get no government funding. A lot of people for some reason think that we get,
don't know where that
we
started.
get government money, and we don't get any,
Right.
state or local.
Well, there's a lot of idiots in the world, so we got to just deal with that. I mean, that's just the reality of it. A lot of people think that Kerrville Pets Alive gets government funding, and and nobody gets that at this point.
No, I know.
So
It's all donated and grants.
Yeah.
And we still need food, especially dried cat food, I guess.
No, dry cat food.
To give to flood victims.
Okay. All right.
We need that.
Okay.
And we always need volunteers, and it's so easy. It's so easy to do.
Just show up and say, "Hey, I can do this on this day," and you figure it out.
We have an application process.
We have an application process. Yeah,
but it's easy.
Very easy.
So you fill the application, and then
Right.
you're in the system.
And there's so many ways you can help, and they're fun. I mean, it's
It is
play with the kitties and walk the dogs.
It is a fun one too.
Yeah.
This is going to be so next year is 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean for the organization? Do you think?
Woohoo!
Yeah, really.
We're
Very
here.
proud.
We're still going.
here.
Yeah.
All right, we're still here. We're still going.
strong. Still going strong.
Yeah.
And building a legacy is probably continuing the
Yeah.
effort there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
And as I said, there are wonderful, wonderful scrapbooks, which I'm just beginning to find out about and look at. And it's going to be an ongoing story.
I bet, yeah.
It would be a wonderful documentary almost. I mean, it's amazing what they've done.
Charlotte, in your estimation, what is the best thing about Freeman-Fritts?
The people.
The people.
All right, Carolyn, what do you say? The people?
The people. The people.
All right.
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate it very much. Anytime. You guys are always welcome. Goodbye, Mayor. We appreciate you both for being here. And we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more here on The Lead. Thank you, guys. Bye. All right, we're back. One of the things that I didn't prepare for was the reality of sitting back in this chair for hours. I have a very firm wooden chair that my bottom was parked to for several days in July. And so I got to stand up for a minute and stretch my legs every so often. Otherwise, I think I might have blood clots or something awful. But anyway, we're into now we're into their next guests here, and Our Lady of the Hills has got a lot going on. The school year is here or not here? What's going on with the school year?
No, it's actually here. We started last Wednesday with students, but have been really busy all summer getting ourselves ready for this new year. Right.
Let me just grab here. There we are. All right. Bridget Collins is here. She's the principal of Our Lady of the Hills. And then Nate Villarreal is here. He is the athletic director and football coach.
Yes, sir.
Basketball coach?
Just football this year.
Just football this year.
Yes, sir.
But now I'm cross country, so you never know.
What?
Yeah, you know.
All right. So
I was track coach for 5 years.
You were the track coach for 5 years. Now you're also the cross country. That's good. That's a good segue, though. I like that.
That's kind of fun.
That is kind of fun.
Yeah.
How's the school year looking? So school started on Wednesday last week. Mm-hmm. How does the year look so far?
So far, so good. We have amazing students this year, and faculty and staff. Everybody came back except for one who moved back to New Orleans, and we're excited for what's happening around the school and what the future holds for us this year. So,
is this the first year where there's been some financial assistance for anybody with the state program, or is that still a year away?
That's still a year away. So what they're doing is they're going to come out. It's called the Education Savings Account. Because if you call it a voucher means it can only go to tuition. Okay. But education savings account, they're able to use it for any school-connected expenditures. And so the state is going to put out what the guidelines are and what the rules are for that at the beginning of September. And then you actually will enroll for it or sign up for it in January, and then it's a lottery.
Okay.
And so what we're going to do at the school is once the information goes out about what the rules are, we're going to start having community information meetings so that even if you're someone whose student isn't currently at our school, but maybe you're just interested in learning more about it, or you need help when it comes time to do the registration for the lottery, we'll go ahead. We're going to provide that opportunity. So we're going to have information meetings, and then starting in January, open up our computer lab a couple of times during that month for people to come in and actually sign up to be part of the lottery.
Okay. All right. And what's important is that it may not cover all of the expenses, but it'll definitely help for those who...
It'll help. And
right.
What they've done is they've made sure that, for example, if someone's tuition is $5,000, you can't all of a sudden make it $9,000.
Right.
You know, it has to stay constant to what it is, but you can use it to pay for textbooks or uniforms or lunch, because, you know, some of the families that are going to be applying are usually receiving free and reduced lunch, and so it'll help cover those costs if there is a cost for that at the school that you want to go to.
Yeah, one of the things I've said, like for Notre Dame Academy, this is a really great deal, you know, because there's a lot. I mean, it basically covers your tuition costs and then some of your extra stuff. For the high school, it gets you kind of there, but there's a lot of other expenses as well.
Well, our tuition is $11,000, and so it'll cover most of the tuition. I would say right now we have a very generous financial aid package that's available to all of our families, and so we have families that don't even pay 50%. You know, some of our families are paying less than 50% to go to the school, so they're already getting a deep discount.
Right. And then the thing that's great about OLH is that, and I've always been around, you know, parochial schools. Never attended one, but I've always been around them, or competed against Catholic high schools. It's usually a very intimate setting. It's close knit. It's built around obviously faith. Obviously, what is the strength of OLH in your estimation?
Well, and Nate's a graduate, so
that's right. Nate, you can go first.
Well.
What is the strength of OLH in your estimation?
I think the strength in OLH really comes from our staff. Everyone that works at the school is really dedicated and genuinely wants your child to succeed. And just, you know, the students that attend the school themselves. I mean, we don't have to really ask much of them. Every student that we get is usually excellent, and they have great personalities and really, I mean, close to each other,
right,
all the way around. And I think that sense of community is what helps, like what kind of separates us from most other high schools.
Right. And when did you graduate? What was your?
I graduated in 2016.
Okay. And then where did you go to school after that?
I attended Angelo State University.
Okay. And you wanted to come home.
Yes, sir. Came back, it kind of came back around full circle. I found myself, kind of looking for what I wanted to do as my next chapter, and I saw they had a job opening, and I worked for a year under Brock Kenyon, and I learned from Miss Collins and the staff, and I got to know the kids, and I fell in love with it. So that's how I ended up here.
Well, I mean, did you think that would be, you would fall in love with it, or did you think
I was going in with? I mean, I like to think that I'm very open-minded. So I was going in with an open mind. I had no idea what to expect.
Yeah.
It was more of a leap of faith for me.
So what does the year look like for you guys as far as academics and school activities? What does that year look like for if I'm a prospective parent and I want to go, how would you describe that for me?
So I always look at it as, do you want to be a big fish in a little pond or a little fish in a big pond?
Yeah.
And, we really pride ourselves on providing the opportunity for students to try everything. And I mean, Nate's even said to the students, even if you're not sure if you want to try a sport or an activity, try it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we pride ourselves on. And it's amazing to see students really come out of their shell. We brought back One Act Play 2 years ago, and we now have 15 or 16 who want to do it.
Right.
Students who've never done it, or last year we had a student who said, I will only do crew. I do not want to be an actor. And she became one of the lead actors in the production.
That's funny.
So, but they just come out of their shell. It's really amazing to see that. And so, we have students who are very academically astute. Our scores are always way beyond what the local scores are, public or private. We actually have pretty much every single sport out there that you can think of.
Yeah.
We brought baseball back last year. We're looking at bringing softball back. It's if the interest is there. And that's the thing, is that if you have a student who has an interest and we don't have that program, we can make it work for them.
And when I visited the campus before, it's a modern facility. You got great facilities, obviously. How big of a deal is that to have the nice gym, the nice classrooms, the chapel, of course, is gorgeous, and you have laboratories as well. What is that like as far as an attraction goes for prospective students and parents?
Well, we always say if you get on the campus, you'll never want to leave it. And I think that's part of it is, people walk into our gym and they are overwhelmed that this little school has this incredible
gym. Right.
We played a volleyball game last week, and I actually drove some of the kids there. And walking in, it was just unimpressive.
Right.
But, you walk into ours and it's very impressive. I think one of the big draws, too, is we're so safe. When they built the building, they put in all of the fob doors, and the doors are locked at all times. We're one building. So you can walk the entire facility without having to go outside, move to another spot until you get to the fields.
Yeah, then you got some challenges.
Then we have some challenges.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I remember going to covering games at some Catholic high schools, and you're like, some places are just jammed into a really small space. I remember covering once, they played their basketball games, and it was half auditorium, and the floor was gross, That's not always the case either, but, it can be, but you guys are in a situation where it's probably better than most schools around the state, I would think, as far as facilities goes.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think?
No, I mean, I would say so. We had the opportunity to let some other volleyball clubs come in, and the reaction is always, the same. They come in and they don't know that we're out there, and they find out that there's a school out here, and they come in and they see our facilities, and usually it's always like, wow, like I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, right, right. And then you offer the most unusual sport in America. 6-man football.
6-man football, yes.
Which I think is delightful to watch. Actually, I do get a kick out of seeing it play because it is fun to watch. It's fast paced and
oh yeah,
a lot of scoring and
surprisingly more contact than people I think really expect.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
Especially since there's more open field, more space to move. It's to me, I get a lot of excitement out of it just because it's quick.
Yeah,
and we're moving and moving.
It's a different type of game, it really is. I mean, and I think it's fun to watch. I mean, because it is so quick, and through the years, OLH has had some really good teams. How do you guys look so far this year?
This year, our numbers are a bit thin. We're running with 7, so
not a lot of room for
no.
Everyone's playing.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's the great thing about our kids is usually when it counts, our kids will step up.
Yeah.
And even if it's something that they're not, used to or they're, we're unsure about, they see that their buddy needs help. They usually go out of their way to help you.
One thing that's really exciting that we're doing this year is, last year we played all of our home games at St. Mary's in Fredericksburg.
Right.
And this year we're creating a field.
Are you really? Okay.
We've had some incredible support from R&B Villarreal Fence Company.
Yeah.
They came out and got us ready, and J3 gave us all of the surface dirt that we needed. They brought all of their big equipment out.
Oh, that's a big story then.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, they donated all of that to us. And
wow.
They had donated J3 had donated the dirt for our baseball field, and then when they found out that we were doing this too, they were right there, and they were there for probably 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks.
Because there always was a plan to sort of have an on field or on site camp stadium,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Or
Right.
playing surface, right?
Right. Yeah. And so while it's not the stadium, it's the field, and we actually have one of our volunteers, Charles Bloom, had literally went out and seeded it himself and gets out there with the hose and
nice.
hoses it. And we're going to have it ready. Our first home game is in October, and so by then we'll have it ready to go.
Well, that's the beauty of it, is intimacy. Even in the old field,
Yeah.
people just brought lawn chairs.
That's right.
Because how what are the dimensions again? What is it?
So we're looking at a 50 by 100.
Okay.
50 by 100. But it plays on an 80 by 40.
Okay, so yeah, right.
we were leaving the space for the sidelines and then the end zones.
Yeah, and that's going to be, and people can just kind of come and bring their stuff.
Absolutely.
And it makes it a lot of fun. 6-man is truly unique. Mm-hmm. I've covered 8-man before, but 6-man is a lot of fun. And so then also for the staff, now you're athletic director, which means also making sure that everyone gets to the events on time and all the scheduling, but you're also the football coach. No other sports you're coaching this year, though, right?
No, not this year.
Okay.
He's also our director of facilities, and he's
facilities.
teaching a kinesiology class.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, so you got it all.
Many hats.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is the most difficult job?
I would definitely say probably the directing, the athletic directing aspect of it.
What about the director of facilities? You got to figure out all the air conditioners.
Well, there's that. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of tough to say. It really depends on the day.
Yeah.
Sometimes things come up and I'm having to switch hats in between what I'm doing.
And Bridget, you got to be the principal, and are you teaching in a class or?
I actually am the facilitating teacher for 2 what we call asynchronous classes. Those are online classes.
Okay.
Students take dual credit classes.
Okay, so you help with those, and then you coach cross country. So if
I
you
drive to volleyball games.
and so if a student misbehaves, you're like, okay, well, you're going to be in my cross country program now. You're going to run some hills. Yeah. We don't need corporal punishment. I've got a little workout for you.
And we had some rock. We actually do volunteer days, and one of them was to pick up rocks off the football field.
Oh my gosh! Before he mowed it, right? Nice.
Yeah.
What is the day like for a kid that comes there? What's their day like?
So you show up at 8:00. So this morning, it's a Monday, so we had morning assembly, and we all gathered together at that. And then you have 7 classes in the day. And so you go from 8 till 4. And then on Fridays, it's a 9 to 12 day, but it's only if you need to be there. So, for example, this coming Friday, it's a closed campus because we're doing professional development. But it's a time when One Act Play can do their auditions because we don't have formal class. So while we some schools, what they'll do is they'll build in kind of a free period or a period to be doing kind of UIL or TAPS training and stuff. We do all of that on Fridays.
Right.
And that also lends us to coming in September. We do 3 Fridays where we do PSAT and SAT prep class. So, and that's required. Everybody has to come.
Okay.
And so that's our flexible time. That's when we can do all of our enrichment pieces that maybe we can't get to during the school.
Right. The and OLH it's independent, right? Is that how would you describe the structure? As far as management goes of OLH.
So the way it works is that in Catholic schools you have 3 different levels. You have parochial, which is what Notre Dame is, St. Mary's is. They're actually tied to a specific parish in a town. You have diocesan schools, which are schools that are owned by the Archdiocese. So there are 2 high schools, John Paul II in Schertz and Antonian in San Antonio. And then you have the private schools.
Right.
And those are the ones that are either started by an order, like the Marianists or the Dominicans or Jesuits. And then you have truly private independent schools, and that's what we are. We are Catholic because we follow the teachings of the Catholic Church. We get accredited through Texas Catholic Conference Education Department. And so what we are is we are owned by our board of directors.
Okay.
So when you sign on to be on our board of directors, you actually sign a document that says that that you're in charge.
Right.
So in the framework of it, while you would have in some schools, the pastor or the diocese, you're their employee. Our board of directors has 1 employee that they hire, and that's me.
That's you.
And then everybody else works for me.
For you, right?
Really for them through me.
Through you. And then what's your relationship with like a parish or, for spiritual type stuff too? Like what does that look like?
So we usually have Mass on campus probably twice a month. And so Notre Dame has a new pastor, Father Scott, right? Yeah. So it's like, okay, lost it for
We lost Father Duda.
Lost Father Duda.
Yeah.
He's actually at the seminary now doing training. And so Father Scott was an assistant pastor or parochial vicar here a couple of years ago, probably 10 years ago, and just came to us from a parish that did not have a school. So he has a school. He's very involved. I mean, he came to our volleyball game the other night. We will go over to Notre Dame certain times for Mass over there. I know he remembers Nate from when Nate was a high schooler in the Life Team program.
Yeah.
And so we are tied to them, but we also are involved in other parishes. So like we have the St. Mary's kids come out, do tours. We actually hosted the St. Mary's Middle School for their retreat. Some of the pastors from other parishes like Sacred Heart and Comfort will come out and do Mass if the pastor or the priest here can't. We help volunteer at the Notre Dame festival, but we are truly independent. We don't get funding from them.
Right.
We don't get funding from other Catholic churches.
Yeah, because if you got funding, like Father Duda probably would have come over and said, "You're going to play soccer only, right?" He was that kind of. He was such a soccer.
Yes.
Soccer fanatic.
A soccer beyond fanatic, right? He was totally obsessed with soccer, and
well, and I think he
played
was on the
professionally.
border.
Yeah, or played like a semi-pro type, deal. So yeah, I mean, he would have said, you're only going to play soccer. None of this football stuff. None of this American football stuff. You played soccer periodically, right?
We haven't. What we did is my first year there. So this is my 5th year. We didn't have enough girls to play a girls soccer team and a boys soccer team, so we started playing co-ed, and that's what we've been doing for the last 4 years, and we'll be doing that again this year.
You can kind of do that, obviously, in soccer. Going back to the idea of these ESAs, the education savings accounts. The first year is going to be kind of wonky because of the lottery system, so you just don't know we just don't know what you don't know at this point. But down the road, what do you think this means for OLH, as far as growth goes?
Well, what we would hope is that, some of our families may receive it this time, or what it would be is that people who may get it for their younger children, it keeps going. Once you're signed up, you're signed up. You don't have to reapply again. And unless it changes, sometimes the rules will change. But as of right now, what they're saying too is if one child in your family receives it, then the others in your family will too. And because it's an education savings account, let's say I'm coming over from a public school, I'm going to go to Notre Dame, or I'm going to go to St. Mary's, or I'm going to go to another private school, but it ends in 8th grade. Anything that you don't use out of that allotted money gets turned over and put into your education savings account. So when you get ready for high school, you have that money banked to be able to use for high school.
That's a really good deal then for you know, like I said, if you're going to Notre Dame, where that money, the tuition is not as much as, you know, there's a nice little, you know, excess, I guess, left over. That'd be huge going towards high school. So
right. I think the beauty of our school is that if you want a school that is small, really is able to focus on your child, knows your children, we're a great place. Public schools are great schools, but not every student works well in a public school.
Right.
Not every public school can serve the needs of a school like OLH can for your child.
No, right. I mean, I think it just you got to go where it fits.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
And that's that. Like, because I mean, obviously, you get some matriculation from Notre Dame to OLH, but obviously not everybody can afford it. That might change now with these savings
if they receive it.
Right. If they receive it.
I think that's the big thing. And that's the unknown. You know, how many people in our area are really going to be picked from that lottery, and we won't know until it happens the first time.
Right. If everybody from like let's just say Rockwall gets it, then we know it's suspicious, right? Then we're like, okay, what's up with that?
Yeah, that would be a little suspicious.
Yeah, but hopefully it'll be spread out, you know.
Well, and I think they're looking at the first two priorities are students who are special ed, and also the very people who have low income.
Right.
Are the two that are getting the first priority.
Right.
You know, when everybody says, oh, you know, billionaires, whatever. Well, if you make over a certain amount, your allotment is not the same as the ones who may not have a median income for your household that falls under a certain mark.
Right. Do you see like what does a year look like for this? What are some of the big things for the school during the course of the year?
For us this year?
Yeah.
Well, main thing, our biggest, what we're hoping is going to be awesome is our football field. Right. Because we haven't had it.
When's the first game?
The first game is going to be, so we have a scrimmage this week on the...
but when's our first home game?
First home game. Oh, that's October 17th.
Okay.
I believe.
That
might be right.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. So we have that. We also have our One Act Play students are going to be participating again. And what's exciting about that is State One Act for all districts is here at the Callow.
Yeah, nice.
And so
that's right. That's the big TAPS thing. That's a big deal, right?
It is. And so you can see all of it. You can come in and pay your admission, and you can see all of the different plays. And then we also have our academic and arts competitions that we do. So those are fun for us. And, you know, we have our big fundraiser in February that's our Beads and Boots.
Okay.
And that's always a good thing for us. It's, you know, it's one of the things that helps keep our doors open.
Right. Yeah, that's always good. By the way, my favorite Catholic fundraiser, I can't believe it was Catholic. Was that a Catholic high school?
I think it was the
Chipino feed.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Told you we have to like institute and make this the inaugural place.
Yeah, that would be so good, man. Just a nice food event that you don't know, and people just flock to it. You know, like that was great. The Notre Dame Carnival is always fun.
It is fun.
You know, but we got to figure out some kind of big OLH event. So that's going to be our goal here. I love it. Let's talk about the flood for a second. How has that impacted your kids, and what kind of, you know, how do you deal with that with the students?
So, you know, our school itself was not directly hit.
Right.
And while our parents, some of them live out in the area that was the hardest hit, they didn't get direct hits, but it impacts everybody. Yeah. You know, my family has a tradition of some of my nieces and cousins going to Heart of the Hills and to Mystic. And, you know, that's just hard. We ended up being a donation site, and we still have, we call it the wall of water.
Oh, right.
You know, nobody wants any water, but we have a wall of it.
You got a wall of water. There's a few of those water dump sites all over the place.
Yeah, well, ours is inside, so
okay.
that's a good
all right,
thing.
Good.
But, you know, we still have materials. We turned over a classroom, and that's where we're storing it. I think the biggest thing for us is people, when I went to Houston a couple of weekends ago, people said, how is it there? And I said, everybody's just numb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, you just don't know how to move on, and you feel badly about thinking about yourselves and what we need when we have a community that is in such need.
Right.
And so, you know, I talked to our counselor. Valeria Watson is our counselor on campus. She's there all the time. And, you know, just us being aware of what's going on with students. And I think that's one of the things that goes back to the size, is that we know all the students. So if something's happening with them, we can tell.
Right.
Maybe before they maybe even know it's hitting them. You know? And, you know, I think the last time that there was a couple of, what was it, last week or whatever, when we had the big thunder and rain, you know, everybody just was kind of on edge.
Yeah, like what does this mean exactly?
Yeah, and I'm sure other people who've been on
we're all that way right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it gonna just unload on us again, or what's gonna happen? So,
and you know, and some of the things that we had done, like we had volunteered for the last 4 years at the triathlon. Well, that's not happening.
Not right.
You know, little things happen. You know, we usually have retreats at the beginning of the year for all the grades. In the last couple of years, we've started out at Louise Hayes Park for our team building. Well, we didn't get to do that this year. And so, but that's so minor.
Yeah.
You know, that is such a small thing.
It's such the disruption has been significant. So that's the hardest part about it.
And, you know, and for us, it's whatever we can do. So if there are people out in the community who say, we really need help, well, we have students and we have a van, and we can bring them out to you and help you. Or if there's some materials that you still need, we still have a room full of clothes and full of items that, you know, we'll hold on to until somebody needs them.
All right. Nate, what's the one thing you want people to know about OLH?
Well, really speaking purely from the athletic side is, you know, like we discussed earlier, is just an opportunity for most kids to be able to try anything and everything. Right. The experience of athletics, you know, this year, I'm hoping to shift kind of the mentality of the kids, and I want to continue to grow our athletic program. We're getting new coaches this year. We're kind of getting a new staff, and we're all getting on the same page of, you know, our core values being with the Catholic faith, and then just doing the best we can.
Right,
you know,
absolutely.
And being the best versions of ourselves. At the end of the day, as an athletic director, as a coach, I want to push the kids beyond just being good physically.
Right.
You know, I want to produce better human beings.
Absolutely.
That, you know, to me, that's the most important thing.
And for you, Bridget, what do you want people to know about this school and this campus?
What I want everybody to know is that every school has a spirit or a feeling about them. And, you know, you walk through the doors and automatically you feel the calm, you feel the peacefulness of the school, you feel that everybody there cares about each other, they want the best for each other, and that's really what we're all about. You know, one of our mottos is men and women for others, and that's truly who we are, whether you're the most senior person on the faculty, or you're the freshman coming in, or maybe you're the first grader who comes up there because you're there to watch a game or something. Just knowing that we really are about making sure that people feel connected to the school, connected to us, connected as a community. Because without each other, we wouldn't have any success.
Right. Great stuff. Thank you very much for both of you being here. It's always a pleasure to have you both here.
And if you need a sidekick, just call us.
Bridget, you're on my list there. All right. Thank you very much. We love it.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the Pregnancy Resource Center here live on the lead. I'm Louis Amestoy. We've got hours still to go. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Lead Live. I'm Louis Amistoy. We are into our next guest, which is the Pregnancy Resource Center here of Kerrville. And I've got Lainey Johnson and JJ Johnson. They just informed me that everyone there's name is Johnson, which is almost everybody's name is Johnson. It's crazy. Pregnancy Resource Center is, you guys are out there on, what is the name of the street? It's out there on the west side,
yes,
north side.
Alpine Drive.
Alpine Drive.
Yeah.
I wanted to say Alpine Drive, but I wasn't sure off the top of my head. How long has, and that's JJ. Let me get to this. This is their website, by the way. JJ and Lainey, what are your roles there at the Pregnancy Resource Center?
Yes, so this is JJ. I am the executive director.
Okay.
And
I'm Lainey, and I am the president.
Okay. So, Lainey, as president, what is your job there?
My job is to establish policy, make sure that everybody is working in the same direction, following our mission.
Okay. And tell me about the mission. What is the mission?
The mission is to provide, I'm never going to get it perfect, but it's to provide the things that are necessary so that families can choose life for their children and become good parents.
Right. That's the key.
That is the key.
Right.
Most of us do not have perfect role models, and children are not born with a manual. And so what we try to do is we focus on giving free pregnancy information, pregnancy tests, sonograms, STD testing, things like that. But then our focus becomes parenting. We have 370 different classes people can take.
Because parenting will break you. I mean,
Yes.
sometimes little kids are like little animals. You know,
Yes.
they just dominate the situation. If you don't know how to take care of them, then they will dominate you, and you will have a problem. You know, and that's a key part for a lot of people. You know,
Sure is.
JJ, and your role as executive director? What do you tell us about your daily life?
Yes.
In your job.
so my daily life is just taking care of the day-to-day operations. So anytime there's an issue with staff, or if they need help with something, that's where I step in and help. And then I do everything else that needs, like all day Thursday I was working on our cameras and whatever else.
Security cameras.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. When someone calls you, let's hold on for a second. What has been the last month been like? You know, we've been the flood has kind of been the dominating story for all of our nonprofit groups here. You know, it has disrupted the lives of everybody in Kerr County for the most part in some way. What has it been like for your organization to deal with this tragedy and to deal with this this impact on our community?
You know, one of my favorite quotes is, "God makes good of every bad situation," and that has just been so incredibly clear to us. The amount of people we have come that have wanted to donate items or help in any way, or other pregnancy centers that have called us trying to help or send car seats for flood victims and donations specifically for flood victims. It's been a really incredible thing. Something just great that came out of all this sadness.
Yeah, because I think the ultimate, the difficult part of this story for so many people has been that so many children lost their lives. So many little ones lost their lives to 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds, that just ripped away from their parents. That's been hard for us to deal with. And so, from a parenting perspective, those parents that lost those children, everyone knows, like if you're a mom and dad, and the heartbreak of that story it hits home in some ways that it's hard to even imagine or even articulate. So
That's one of the reasons we say everybody has been a victim in some way.
Yeah.
Even those of us that didn't directly get flooded, seeing that heartbreak and imagining that loss of children. And so we have done everything we can to not be discriminatory, but we have been handing out diapers and formula to anybody.
Yeah.
And car seats to
Car seats,
anybody.
right.
I mean, think about that. Your car got washed away
Yeah.
in the flood.
Right.
Where do you keep your car seat?
Yeah, in the
It's
car. Yeah.
So you don't have a car seat. It's not legal to have a child in a car without a car seat anymore.
Right.
And it's also not safe.
No, yeah,
But-
absolutely.
We have been giving out everything that we can to anybody that is affected in any way that needs something like that. We received over $30,000 worth of diapers.
Wow. That's a win right there. I mean,
it is.
It'll go in a day for some people. I mean,
and I try to also add at the end of that doesn't pay our electric bill,
right.
but
but it
helps us take care of those that are in need and those that are hurting from all that's going on.
I mean, that's interesting to think about organizationally. Here you are, working on facilitating parenting, and then this tragedy happens, and then you have to do a little bit of a pivot here all of a sudden.
Yes.
What was that like? When did you realize you're going to have to make that happen? Was it the day of or the next day? I mean,
probably the first day, wasn't it? It was just, we did not know what to anticipate that first day. We thought, how many of our clients have lost their homes?
Yeah.
We had no way of knowing. And at first, things were so bad that our clients couldn't even come to us for things.
Right.
So they would send a friend or a relative in to pick up diapers or to pick up what they needed. And we've heard lots of stories of scams, and we just decided if somebody's scamming us, that's their problem.
Yeah, right.
They have their own issues.
The scams have been unbelievable. So
we've been just handing out everything we can to anybody that needs it.
Right. And I mean, what was July 4th like for you, JJ? I mean, and being executive director and running the day-to-day operations, you're probably looking for a day off. There was no day off for us on July 4th, really.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Well, you immediately go into, okay, what can we do to help? And I was, the whole time that whole weekend, I was like, how in the world am I going to, this is my first year as executive director. How are we going to raise funds to get items to help? All these questions go through my mind. I didn't have to worry about any of it. People wonderful people just came to us wanting to help out in any way they could. So
yeah, I mean, they were just overwhelming sometimes. Some of the support that we saw too. What is the history of the Pregnancy Resource Center? How long have you been around? And remind us of the story of how this was founded.
In 1984, it was founded by several people here in Kerr County as Kerr County Christian Action Council. And initially, it was a maternity home for unwed mothers.
Okay. As
being an unwed mother lost its negativity and it became more acceptable, it was no longer necessary to have a maternity home for them. So we morphed into helping in other ways and have had many names over the years. But the Pregnancy Resource Center has stuck with us. Some people knew us as Alpha Omega Life Center. We were on Jefferson Street in a terrible building.
Yes.
When I first interviewed to go work there, the smell was so overwhelming.
Yeah.
So
nothing worse than a smelly building. That's
worse than a smelly building.
That's the truth.
And imagine if you're facing pregnancy and you don't know how you're going to take care of yourself, and that's the only building available to help you at no charge. So we have gone way from that spot. We've grown a lot, and our building now on Jefferson Street is clean, it's bright, it's up to date, and we want women that come in to feel some motivation to better their situation.
Right.
We want them to have hope. We want them to know that there is a way to make this work, and it isn't going to be living in poverty forever. We're going to help you get out of that. We now have a boutique that, I wish I could tell you the square footage, but it's much bigger than this room.
Okay.
That is full of baby furniture.
Oh, nice.
Better than any, and it's all brand new. We only take brand new donations or buy brand new donations. And it's all brand new, and it's just sparkling, and it's all priced in the form of baby bucks.
Yeah. Nice. Lady, how long have you been with the organization?
14 years.
14 years. And then, JJ, you came in for a year. Tell us about your background.
Yeah, so I've been there about 3 years.
3 years, okay.
And,
First year as executive director.
Yes,
That's right, okay.
Yeah. And I started off as we have two sides to us. We have a medical side to us, and we have a parenting side to us. And so I started off as the director for the parenting side, and that's where we offer our group classes and our individual classes. And then throughout the years, my title kind of morphed, and then now I'm executive director. But previous to that, I got my degree in political science because it was going to be a very lucrative, degree.
Right.
Not really.
Yeah.
And then I worked around town, and then I heard about the Pregnancy Resource Center, and I mean, if you haven't been there, it's an incredible place. Very lucky to be working there and helping out. But I wanted to say, too, Lainey's been working there 14 years, but she glossed over a lot. So one of my favorite stories is when she first started working there, she had to go into the board and beg them to pay for the electric bill. And
wow.
I mean, that was her very first,
right.
week or so.
Right.
Yeah,
And
pretty much.
Yeah. And then she has, well, she doesn't take credit for it, but she has just grown it into this beautiful nonprofit that we have for our community. So it's a very incredible place where you can get help.
One of the criticisms that Texas kind of gets sometimes is that, it has a very strong anti-abortion sort of law now. We're not going to worry about the politics of that at this point. But there's also this criticism that Texas doesn't do a good job of taking care of foster kids. There's been a lot of legal battles over that. You brought up some good points. Like this, it doesn't mean you have to be in poverty if you're a single mom or you're an unwed mom. And how does that work for somebody who comes to you and says, "Well, I'm considering abortion," or "I'm not considering abortion because I can't do it, but I'm going to leave the state." But how do you counsel that person in that regard?
Well, we help them, first of all, to see their pregnancy.
Yeah.
We offer a sonogram so that they can see.
Yeah.
And they are still having abortions.
Yeah.
So what we do is help them understand where they are in that pregnancy and what type of abortion they will have when they go to another state, or if they order it online and take it at home.
Right.
And so we help them understand those facts. And then we talk to them about that if depending on their reasons, I mean, we could encourage them to place their child for adoption if they truly have no way to take care of it. But if they have some reasonable desire, and most of the time after seeing that sonogram, they do have a reasonable desire.
Right.
That sonogram and seeing that heartbeat, hearing that heartbeat changes a lot of people's minds.
Right.
So then we explain to them that we also have a parenting education center, and you can buy almost everything you need for that baby. You're still going to have to support yourself, but for almost everything you need for that baby in its early years will be taken care of for you if you're coming and taking classes. We don't just give it away.
Right.
We pay you baby bucks to take classes with us and learn how to be a good parent. We don't want that child to be born into an unwanted home. But unfortunately, what happens is many people think they have to have an abortion because they don't see how they're going to provide for that child. We had a woman recently tell us that she never, ever in the life of her child bought diapers. She came to us regularly, and we have hours that are designed so that we will always be available, so that almost anybody can come to us, even if they're working a job. They can still come on Saturdays, or they can come before or after their job, and take classes and earn baby bucks. The mother gets a baby buck. If the father comes with her, he gets a baby buck. If they do some things, they can do homework and they get another baby buck. And every baby buck has a $20 value.
Wow.
So if you're buying a $200 item, 10 baby bucks is all it takes to buy it.
Right. And so that commitment, though, like what is the timeline from when the baby's born, or through the pregnancy to the baby's born, to like how old is the child when they're still going through some of these classes and checking in and helping out?
Well, they go to like 3 or 4 years old.
Oh, wow.
By then there's usually another child.
Right.
So
right.
we have one woman that's been with us. She's been at the pregnancy center since before I came there 14 years ago.
Yeah, and now her daughter comes to us. So
her adult daughter.
Yeah.
Wow.
So very cool.
Very cool. The classes. Explain some of the classes that you have. What do those look like?
Yeah. So the classes are very neat. So we have, if you're needing an individual, very intense one-on-one, we can do that. So if you're having problems with biting, or if you're having problems with postpartum, or if you just want to create more confidence in your child, we can have a more intense one-on-one conversation about that. And we also have group classes. So group classes are really neat. I always tell people parenting can be really isolating when you let it. So one way to keep that from happening is join our Club Moms, our fatherhood classes, and there's a lot of knowledge in those Club Mom classes. And actually those classes were formed because of a group of parents or moms that were having various forms of postpartum. And so those classes were great. created. And I always tell people there's a little bit of parenting classes, there's a little bit of fellowship in there, lots of knowledge in there. So just come and enjoy it, and you receive baby bucks for all of that.
Right. And those classes, though, I mean, are they like an hour long, 2 hours long? How intense are they?
Yeah, so typically an hour. Individual classes and group classes are typically an hour long. We do Bible studies as well. Sometimes those run an hour and a half long. But we have childcare for most of the time. We have childcare for the kids too, so they get to have a play date while the moms learn.
Right, the moms learn.
Yeah,
and just probably preparing a mom for some of the postpartum challenges. How significant is that?
Oh, it's very significant.
Very significant because sometimes it's so unexpected. Sometimes there's not a problem, but sometimes it's significant.
And they don't even know they're going through it sometimes. I had a similar experience where you're sad and you can't figure out what's wrong, and we're there to kind of help you, especially because a lot of times you can start having classes in your first trimester.
Yeah.
And so on the parenting side is where you really build those relationships, and a lot of times we'll recognize what's going on before they.
It's such a hard thing to understand and explain is postpartum depression. And, I saw a thing the other day about how many women suffer from depression to begin with. I mean, you have this joyful, experience, but then there's that sadness that nobody can really explain. And a lot of times women don't always explain it. They don't know how to talk about it.
And
either.
they don't know they're experiencing it.
Right.
They don't recognize it. If it becomes serious, we refer them to their doctor. But if it's just mild, we help to walk them through it and help them to understand that it's not going to be forever.
Yeah, and we have a great list of community resources. If it becomes out of our league, we can definitely refer somebody to.
What about dealing with like someone who might be ashamed of being pregnant, and how do you help someone through that part of it? That kind of grief or embarrassment or whatever it may be of being pregnant when they didn't want to be, and how do you address those issues?
What we have is with our individual classes, we also have the person that leads those classes mentors them.
Okay.
So if it's somebody that is planning to raise their child and they feel that shame, we try to help them get over that, to do away with the shame. If it's somebody that's going to place their child for adoption, we have adoption agencies that come in and will counsel her through that shame so that she doesn't she doesn't have to experience that as much.
Right. I mean, that's a huge part of some of the reasons why people choose to have abortions. They don't want to tell their parents, or they don't want to talk about with their family, or maybe the guy that they were with is, inappropriate, or in jail, something along those lines. So those are difficult things to have conversations about too.
It is, but if they have a mentor working with them as they do their parenting classes, they build a relationship, and that relationship helps the client to overcome a lot of those negativities. Yeah.
One of the underlying stories that is obviously the fundraising and the paying the bills. What are the needs of your organization, and how do you go about raising money?
We have a $1.2 million budget. That's a big need.
Wow. Yeah.
We do a lot for our clients. Just as an example, as we were talking about the boutique that we have, we give out about $100,000 a year in baby needs, baby supplies. So it's substantial. We have 6 people on our payroll right now. And so it takes a lot to operate a business as large as ours. And our building is big, so that we have room for all of our classrooms.
Right.
We work, almost 70% of our revenue comes from individuals. We also do, we have a grant writer who receives a lot brings in a lot of our income from foundations, local foundations like the Peterson Foundation, the Callow Foundation. I shouldn't have started to name them. I won't remember them all. The Community Foundation, Perry and Ruby Stevens. Yeah. So there's lots of foundations that help us. We don't receive any government funding. We don't get anybody's tax dollars.
Right.
But we are a 501c3, so anything that anybody donates to us is tax deductible. And then we do a big annual fundraiser every fall that is by invitation only. And we have a banquet and some type of entertainment. And that's our big annual that we hope to raise probably 25 to 30% of our annual income at that event.
And, one of the things about this community that I've been, had the opportunity during the flood to speak a lot about, the community and to the national media. I always say, well, this is a very resilient community. This is a community that is very giving as well. What would be your assessment of the community effort?
Oh, God. The mere fact that we've been going since 1984 is,
right.
I mean, to me, that just shows what a wonderful community that we live in.
Yeah.
And people show up. They show up not only financially, but they show up in their volunteering. And the best example I can give you is the chamber had a lot of donation or items for us due to the flood. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to move all this stuff. And really, it was only me because everybody had appointments that day. And we called Patrick Tinley, and within 2 hours, he had a team assembled, ready to go, and already loaded stuff up when I got there.
Wow.
I mean, they were all donors. I mean, they just show up in so many ways. It's a really.
We're currently expanding our building because it's not large enough, and there are about 4 or 5 workers there every day. Last week, we needed to rearrange these diapers in our garage so that we could find them. One of those contractors worked with us all day, helping us to lift heavy things, move heavy things. So everybody gives to us.
Right.
Everybody has a heart that gives in some way. It's just amazing to watch, and it's heartfelt. It makes us cry sometimes.
I bet.
To think of how wonderful.
Yeah, and they not only show up, there's just the manpower, but they help teach our classes.
Yes.
Volunteers teach our Bible studies. They pray with our clients.
Mm-hmm.
If the clients want to, you don't have to, but if they want to pray, they're there for them.
Right.
A few months ago, we had a local church do a parenting class on marriage.
Okay.
And at the end of during that class, they suggested that every couple have date nights. And so sometime after that class was over, a couple of months later, they arranged a date night for the clients. They provided the child care, and then they gave each family $50 to spend on their date night.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It is incredible, but people want to help. People want to make this a better community.
Mm-hmm.
We live in a great community.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the message, is that, the community will overcome this,
Yes.
and we'll be stronger.
Yes.
I think because of it. And we already, we show up for things. Is what I've always said too. What does the future look like, JJ? What do you think the future looks like for this organization?
There's so
You're
many.
gonna clone yourself in Lainey? Is that what's gonna happen? Yeah.
I know. I'm so thankful. Lainey actually came out of retirement to train me, and I'm so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so thankful for that.
You can't escape.
I can't
She
escape.
can't.
No, it's till death do us part.
Yeah.
No, I love every minute of it. I loved being retired, but I love being back too.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things we need for the future is right now we have 2 openings that we need to fill for staff. And then we also have another one that will be coming up in the next month or 2. So these are 2 are clerical positions, and 1 is the director of our parenting. We need somebody that will help us grow our parenting division, make it even better than it has been.
Right. And the future for you, you feel like, the fundraising will continue to be positive, and you'll serve this need for forever, basically.
Yes.
That's our hope.
Yeah. Do you think you'll ever retire from it?
I think so, in a couple of years. I think in another year, JJ will be perfect.
Yeah, right.
And the problem is we really need to have enough support staff. That is what we're doing right now, is technically splitting the job in 2.
Yeah, it's challenging for so many organizations to have those people and to keep them and retain them as well.
Yes.
But I think the mission, though, probably attracts people, I would think, too.
Yes, it does. It does.
What is your hope for the organization?
Our hope is that we would continue to provide for this community indefinitely, that that someday that I could retire again, and we would have enough staff to run it properly, that we would make abortion unthinkable and unneeded. That nobody would want to have an abortion because we would be there to provide what they need. And we also want to prevent child abuse. I mean, we will do everything we can. We don't think that trading abortion for child abuse is a good idea.
Right.
We want the child abuse to end too, and we think that if we can provide the necessary education. One of the things we teach is bathing. You'd be surprised at the number of parents who didn't learn how to bathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
And could do it in a way that's harmful.
Right. Too hot.
Right.
Too cold.
Hot, too cold.
Yeah.
And not intentionally. They just don't know it.
Right. For you, what is your hope for the organization, JJ?
So, there's a lot of programs that Lainey and I have talked about that we want to implement in the future. And I want to be able to reach more and more people and give them more and more services. Like I want to, my hope is one day, pie in the sky, if we're talking in that way, to have a counselor on staff, because so many of these problems stem from generational traumas that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And things that we don't even think about sometimes, that generational trauma that's passed on, and there's so much evidence about that now too. So we could go on and on, but thank you both for being here, being a part of our nonprofit week. I'm glad that you could both be a part of it, and I'm glad that the work you're doing in the community.
Thank you for inviting us.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more here on The Lead Live. I'm Louis Amestoy. We'll be right back with Hill Country Atelier right after this. All right, we're back here now into the 10:30 segment here, and we're running a little bit late, but Holly Whitegert is here this morning, maybe just a touch under the weather, but she's with us today. She's a trooper. How are you?
Good.
One of the underlying stories is that COVID's still running around our community. That's okay. We'll get through it. I got the last vaccine I'll take the COVID vaccine any day over the shingles vaccine, folks, just so you guys know. Have you had the shingles vaccine?
No. Is it bad?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's like a steroid shot in the butt, but it goes in your arm. And you're like, wait a minute, did that go through the other side? It was,
and I'm supposed to get one, too.
Get one. Yeah. Get it done. So here's a true story, Holly. The week before the Saturday before the 4th of July, I was out at the Hunt store. A few of your people were out there showing off their art.
Yes, I was there.
You were there?
Saw you
That's
there.
right. That's right. I did see you there. Yeah. And so I was just thinking about that, what a nice day that was. I will say that I bought some art that day. And then to think that a week later, that space was no more. It was gone.
Inconceivable.
The Hunt store, I didn't get out there until the 19th of July. And the best I can describe is that as many people have said before, but it was a tidal wave hit that part where the art show, where the music is at, and where the art show was at, and it swept up onto that building and hit that building and knocked half that building down. Like how they survived that, I don't know. It's amazing to me that they survived.
There were people in it.
Yeah.
Upstairs.
Yeah.
The manager was.
The manager was up. One of the kids was up there, and how they survived that is unbelievable.
Well, how many people were rescued? Like 800, 1,000 people were rescued.
Well, I mean, I figured out that over 1,000 were trapped at one point. But about 1,500 were trapped.
Wow.
And that they were able to rescue almost all of those people or get them to higher ground. And unfortunately, we lost a lot of people. The death toll this morning still at 117 with 2 missing. But art, though, has a way. One of the things that's been interesting about this too is I've been looking at some artists here, and I'm always like, how do you encapsulate? Like, so many of those Hunt artists were drawn to Hunt because of the river.
Yeah.
And now the river's fundamentally changed the way it looks as well. I mean, how do you artistically encapsulate that? That's the challenge, I guess, now. How do you interpret that?
I don't know. I think it's more of the meta view of what nature does and the cycles on Earth.
Yeah.
Even though there might be changing with climate change, but we have to look at that big picture and that big network. And I think art does look at the big network and interrelationships.
Yeah, I know that we had Elaine Capers on the show last week, and she has a piece where, shows it does show some of the destruction. The brownness of the river and the broken tree and things like that. That's the first one I've seen kind of to memorialize the river as well, but. It's going to be a big question from the art community here. How do we deal with this? Because
we are working on a mosaic project.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Tell us about that?
Let's see. Catherine Boyette is helping lead it, and we have someone who, Wanda, I can't think of her last name. She lives in Uvalde. She moved there after she helped them recover and build their memorial and a big mosaic. And she's leading a group of artists here. A lot of artists, if you all want to know more about it, let's see, write me or write Catherine Boyette.
Right, at the Community Arts Project.
Right.
So I should probably drag Catherine down here and have her tell us about that then. So
Yeah, you need to get her on.
Yeah. The Hill Country Atelier is what? What do you do? What is your role in this community?
What we do is we bring lessons that are not in art schools and that I had to find the hard way. Very unusual for a small town. Mostly you have to go to the big cities to get these kind of lessons, and you won't get them in art school, but we're doing the old school, old master tradition.
Love it.
That's almost completely lost. We got a thread, hung on by a thread, and I got to study with Juliet Aristides in Seattle and a lot of other people, but I spent for maybe 5 years under her and Tanaya Sims really getting a grasp of those. And that's after 32 years of of being an artist and going to art school.
I know we've tried this before, but I mean, do you ever stop learning in art? I mean,
No.
you just never do, right?
No.
Yeah.
Never.
I always think about Frederick Remington. You know, how his art changed as he got older, and he's more like an illustrator earlier in his career. But if you look at his career later, you know, it's far more impressionistic. I feel like.
Oh yeah, you see the same thing with Vermeer and with Rembrandt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they start out fairly tight and they loosen up and get more, I think, efficient with their with their art making and knowing more what they're going to say. And same thing as artists mature.
It used to be that one of my favorite historical figures is Ulysses S. Grant. You know, and they would go. The classical education would be to learn how to draw.
Yeah,
because that was also communicating. You know, if you could draw a picture, you depict it. You know, that was part of the military training they got. You know, to have a better understanding of this as well. So, art can be taught. That do you agree with that? I mean,
of course.
Yeah. Because sometimes we think it's just naturally beautiful. You know, I'm like, well, not necessarily.
Well, there's a piece in everyone that has the aesthetic sense or the real true art is something you can't teach, but you need to learn the language, right? That's what I teach is the language. It's how to use it, how to express yourself. It's like just don't throw red paint on the canvas.
Right. That's just a mess.
Right. There's a lot more to it, and these last 150 years, we nearly totally lost it. I brought a painting to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about.
Careful with your headphones, by the way. Now, who painted this?
I did.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This is mine, and this is I just wanted to... Sometimes
Beautiful.
It's easier to just show it.
Yeah, right.
But I didn't know how to do this after 32 years of trying and even going to art school and even graduating in art school. They just didn't teach the basics. They just didn't teach how to do it. So I teach that, and then the real art comes from your heart, from your soul, but I'm going to teach you the language.
Right. And the hard part of that is, to me, is the shading and the wrinkles and the edges and all the details of the face, you know.
Details are easy.
Yeah. Are they?
But yeah, details are easy, but seeing value change from here to here is something that takes time.
Yeah. Tell me about value changes. What does that mean exactly?
Well, that means seeing that this is lighter than that.
Right.
And seeing that over here is darker than here.
Right.
And it's funny that people don't see it.
Right.
I just got finished teaching a workshop. It was a 2-day workshop. We spent a year on it in the core program.
Right. Interesting.
You can tell portraiture from the 50s and 60s that are realistic, they're kind of flat. They don't understand value. Value is what makes this look three-dimensional. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that even in the way with the light hitting it a certain way, I can still see the definition of the subject's face, even in the shadowed part as well, because it's so well formed. That's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, lighting is really important.
Lighting is really important.
Yeah.
Now, how long did that take you to do that?
Let's see, how many years?
Yeah.
I mean, the answer to that has to include your training. So it's 30 years and 3 months.
How long did you paint that particular painting?
That would be maybe a couple of months.
Because do you ever get to a point where you're like, I messed that up, I need to do this again? How do you work through those issues?
Oh yeah, if the basic foundation is off, then you do have to start over. But there are ways to really work that out and then transfer the drawing. So you've got that out of the way, and then when you get to the painting, in the oil, you can fix anything. Right. Yeah. That's always amazing. Except for the drawing. Is when the oil painting guys are there, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute here. What is this about? So that's a tough one. Well, let me tell you about what's going on at the school now.
Yeah, do it.
So we just had the fundraiser that you came to.
That was awesome, by the way. I scored 2 pieces.
Yay! And we did hit our goal with some people who gave us big bucks that really, really get what we're doing and what we are doing.
You can do that again?
Yes, every other year.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So we have to wait until 2026 to do that.
26, December 26.
All right.
That's the goal.
Okay.
But what's really going to change, we have the core atelier, which we have a waiting list for, and we can allow more when we move into our new space. That's what the fundraiser was for. We have classes, we have workshops, and we have weekly life drawing. But the workshops are going to just explode.
Okay.
What we're going to do is, Juliet RC already said she's coming.
Okay.
She's the one who authored books that are in every museum in the world.
Okay.
Mandy Teese, who started the master's program at the Florence Art Academy for teachers.
Okay.
She started a program specifically for K through 12 art teachers.
Okay.
She'll come. And Maureen Hyde, who taught at the Florence Art Academy for 26 years, she'll come.
Okay.
All these people said they're already coming. And
Wow.
Tanaya comes every year, my teacher, Tanaya Sims. But we'll bring in more and more workshops. We want to bring this to Kerrville. We're going to have free talks by all these artists so that anybody can come. And then if you want to take the workshop, you sign up ahead of time. Our workshops, by the way, people will say they're expensive, but they're not. If you compare the same thing anywhere else in the country, we're the cheapest by far.
And you get that kind of exposure, to the same kind of education that we get anywhere else in the country too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the key part of this as well. And the how do people pay for this? Do they pay it all up front? Do you have a payment plan? I mean, how do you make that work?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, you can sign up online and there's, you can spread it out and put a deposit, but we also have scholarships. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to mention that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Often the donors, people will add money just to cover tuition. So we can cover tuition up to 50%.
Yeah.
For some people.
I mean, I love the idea of painting. It's just, but I think you said that before. It's like, you got to be taught the basics of it and the fundamentals of it as well.
And you know what? The other thing is you're really developing your mind when you learn to draw and paint like that.
Yeah.
And the other thing you're developing is character.
Right.
Especially people who already can do it pretty good. Mm-hmm. So if they can do pretty good, they think they've got it made. And then they find out, whoa, this is a lot more than I thought. It challenges their ego.
Right.
So for young people, that's real character building.
I was amazed. I was looking at a guy yesterday, or on Saturday, John Fleming, who is a notable Texas painter. And he does very simplistic drawings or paintings of kind of cowboy figures. They almost look like stick figures to a certain degree. But at the same time, on the other side of the gallery, there was another one of his paintings which was more traditional. I was like, well, yeah, he can do that too.
Huh.
This is his style. This is a distinctive style. But he can also paint this. He's very talented, obviously.
I'd like to see what this is. Like if it's very well done, or
no, it's. I mean, his work I think is iconic. In the gallery he commanded the largest.
Let me write his name down.
John Fleming, Flaming, Jon, and
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's wonderful.
And like I said, Texas Monthly loves his stuff. I think he's had some work showcased in that. I follow him on Instagram, but I was like, I've gotten used to the way he paints, but then I was like, oh, he's super talented because he can paint a landscape just as well as anybody else.
Well, then he's had the training.
Just
like Picasso had the training.
Right. But he chose to interpret things differently as well, which is, I think, the beauty of this as well.
Right.
But this classical piece of it as well, it's like if you learn the basics or the fundamentals, you can do what you need to do, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be the best part about this.
Yeah.
How many people are in a class normally? And how long is it? What does a class look like as far as like the length of time goes?
Well, we have the core atelier, which is a 3 to 4 year program.
Okay.
10 weeks at a time, and those students have their own studio.
Okay.
Have room for 10 in our current space, and when we move, we'll have room for 13. We have 7 on the wait list, so we won't be able to accommodate everybody. Classes are about the same size. We can go up to 15 people. Those are like 1 day a week for 5 weeks at a time.
Right.
Workshops. In our new space, we'll have to figure out how many people we can fit in. It's not going to be more than 15 probably. Right. And we have weekly life drawing that is also about the same number. And
the life drawing piece, the drawing is like the first fundamental step of it, right? I mean, that's learning how to draw is critically important as well. And how long does it take somebody to really learn how to draw? I mean, some people are just gifted at it, but I can't draw to save my life. You know?
Well, again, the ones who are just gifted at it, if they want to go the next level, it's challenging. So there's drawing what you see, which is one thing. Drawing what you know is a whole entirely different thing.
Right.
So the ideal is to combine them, and even great artists don't always do that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I took an oil painting class many years ago, more than 30 years ago now, because I thought that's what I wanted. I just want to learn how to do this, and then I realized it wasn't really. But the thing that I took away from that class, though, was the perspective of the painting and the values that you're talking about, which I try to apply to my photography.
Yeah, I see that.
As well. And so, I mean, I think there's that connection, between in the fine arts. Like, it may not work for you here, but it works over. You can see those lessons here.
Definitely. So. It makes you see everything different. It will affect every art you do. It will affect the way you see the world. It'll develop your mind in other ways.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So you had this amazing fundraiser last year, which I fell victim to not being more aggressive, to grabbing the ones that I wanted and fighting people. But I got 2 spectacular ones. The push for fundraising is a constant need. How do you sort of deal with that in your world?
Well, I was thinking about that because, I'm an artist, and this nonprofit thing is all new to me. And, we've been doing it for 2 years, and I have some really good people on the board that are helping.
Yeah.
That have done this before,
right.
So they help with the program. So we are really dependent on our donors to make this work. As we build, we'll make more and more revenue. We hope to be more dependent on revenue, but we couldn't do it without our donors.
Right.
We couldn't offer, and we want to offer more free programs to the community.
And you're still back there in the where Clint Orms has redone the building, right there on the river.
Yeah.
As well, it's kind of nice. His buildings, what he's done in the front of that place is spectacular. In the parking lot, got redone yesterday.
Oh yeah, I went through the building to get this painting today because I couldn't go in the parking lot. They just took me through. Through Clint Orms.
Yeah. Right. The beauty of this work is hello, how are you guys? The beauty of this work though is this community's art scene is top notch.
It is.
How would you characterize it? How would you describe it?
Well, there are a lot of artists, and there's the Museum of Western Art, which is a great contributor, and that the Western art thing that they do at Shriner every year is really good. And there are a lot of clubs. I'm friends with all kinds of artists, as many as I can be.
Right.
And I want to bring the whole community this training if they want it, or exposure, because it's a whole network across the country, actually across Europe too.
Yeah.
And I just want to bring it to the community and share it with everyone. I didn't know what it was till I finally found it in Seattle.
Yeah.
So I just want to share with the community that they can have a little taste of this too.
And when they see it, like, what is the reaction? What is the reaction from the community when they see what you've been able to accomplish? Because usually you bring somebody with you in a lot of cases, and it's kind of interesting. You always have this is one of your students, or who's still teaching now too.
Yeah.
But what has that been like? To have the reaction from the community.
Oh yeah, Matt wasn't able to make it today, but he does book covers, and he's learning a lot from me. He's really amazing, and he says he's still learning from me. And it's not me, of course; it's the tradition that I'm passing on. So.
Yeah.
So I had several artists who were lifelong artists who have been in the atelier to just fill in the things that weren't being taught.
Right.
And then other people who want to start from the beginning. I have friends who come to our life drawing, and we have a kind of a secret club, portrait club. And those are artists in the community who don't necessarily take our classes.
Right. Now, could you do a portrait of me in armor with a big crown and some? I need that for my ego. But
come sit for us. We'll definitely work.
Right. Just don't ask me to take my clothes off. That'd be horrifying for everybody. When you go to a museum anymore, how does this learning what you've learned and dealing with what you're dealing with, how has it changed your perception on things? Do you find yourself like, because some people can go to an art gallery or an art museum and look at pieces and just like fall into, how do they do that? How did that work? What does that look like?
Well, okay, my husband is a musician.
Yeah.
So I want to give you this example because artists and musicians will appreciate the art and music of other artists on a certain level, on a much different level from just viewing. So things that I like, things that appeal to me are not necessarily the best paintings.
Okay.
So as I learn more, I can recognize a really well done painting. Right. Excellent. And I might admire it for that, even if it's not really my taste.
Right.
So my husband's the same way. He listens to very, very complex music, sometimes musicians' music, that I'm like, that's too busy for me. But he appreciates the technicality. He loves it, actually.
Right.
So the same thing happens to me. I can appreciate how a painting is painted. And I probably will love it more for that, too.
Right.
But I also love minimalism, so,
You love minimalism.
Yes, that's just me.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to wrap my head around that idea.
Yeah, Rothko, Agnes Martin. Love stuff.
I would think that you would be into the more complex pieces, but the minimalism sort of makes sense then, I guess, in a certain way.
Well, see, that's what I mean. There's things that you love with your heart, and there's things you can respect because it's well done.
Right.
Something is good, and then something you love.
Okay.
And sometimes they're one and the same, and sometimes they're not.
Right. Yeah, see, I'm a maximalist in a lot of ways too. So I don't know. I mean, you look at this desk; it's a disaster. So you can kind of tell like what's happening with this as well. The minimalism. I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that.
That's my little secret. Now it's out.
All right. So if I want to learn more, what do I need to do?
Go to our website, TexasHillCountryAtelier.org.
Okay.
And sign up for our newsletter, and you'll get our occasional emails that are announcing new classes, workshops, and whatnot.
Okay. All right. And a blog.
And a blog, too.
The website's there. Love it. Holly's on pretty regularly. We'll have her on again. So
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll feel a little bit better.
Thanks. Sure appreciate it.
All right. Take care. We'll be right back with more here on the Nonprofit Week, brought to you by South Star Bank. I'm Louis Samastoy. We are marching into 11 o'clock, 3 hours of this. We got some good guests coming up here next. I have my first double booking of the day because I'm not very smart, but they're coming here in a minute. Stand by, everybody. All right, welcome back to the Lead Live, everybody. We are into our first day of the nonprofit week, and of course, I had my first double booking because I don't pay attention to my schedule. But it's okay. We had people not show up this morning, and then I double booked you guys. But this is a group that I can double book because everyone's brilliant in here. So we have an interesting mix here of the Callow Center for the Performing Arts, aka Playhouse 2000, aka VK Garage Theater, and Misty Cody Elevate Learning, which is our adult education system here. And what we're gonna do like a crossover segment here. That crossover segment is we're gonna connect Misty's students with Playhouse 2000, and they're all going to do a play together called Coming to America. My Tale of Literacy and over. I mean, wouldn't that be a great one-act play kind of thing? You know, how you came to America and learned English and built a better life. That's a story.
It would be. It'd be a great story to watch.
That'd be a great.
There are several of them actually.
There are some plays,
musicals, all kinds
already
of
about that.
No, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it from the Kerrville perspective.
I like it.
Yeah, don't you? And then we have this guy Jeffrey Brown, who's got a great voice.
How you do?
And Amy Goodyear.
I finally got him to come with me.
Well, I don't know why. I don't know why you're so camera shy, because you can sing and dance.
That is true. I can do both of those things.
And you're so good at it too.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're so good at it. This is interesting because I can always find a way to make things work. But here's the deal: is that literacy and the fine arts are kind of go hand in hand. And I love the idea of if you have literacy, you can have a better appreciation for the fine arts too. You can learn to read, to understand the world around you a little bit better, which is why Elevate is so important to our community. And how are you, Misty?
I'm good. We've had a crazy couple months here, and this August is just continuing for work.
August is like the 18th of August, like. It's almost over. I don't even know what happened. Like July felt like it was like 10 years long.
It did. And this morning, then I had to get 2 kids to school.
By the way, I forgot to mention that if you are an Ingram ISD, please share your photos with this. How was the first day of school for your high school?
I have a sophomore and a 5th grader.
Oh my. So school is back into session.
It is.
Tell us about what's going on at Elevate. What's the latest?
Well, we got lots of things going on. We are gearing up for our fall semester, and registration's opening today. So if anybody's looking to get involved in the GED preparation courses or ESL, English as a Second Language, they can go on elevatekerr.com and register. And we'll start getting those. And as soon as we get your registration, we'll start reaching out via email and getting that going. Our classes start in mid-September. Okay. I don't know the date off the top of my head right now.
Elevate has an interesting story because originally it was families and literacy.
Correct.
And you really saw that you needed to be more. It was broader than that. It was a like kind of adult education with literacy was part of it. But what led to the kind of the branding and name change?
Well, in the mid-90s when we started Families and Literacy, they did family parenting classes, basic literacy, and then through the years that evolved, and we were focusing more on our GED and ESL, and so we said we've got to do something that tells people what we're doing. Families and Literacy didn't necessarily encompass all we were doing. We wanted to have some room for growth in the future if we needed to add programs or change things for the community. Mm-hmm. And we just didn't feel it was connecting. We had a nice little old clip art logo and we needed to update that too.
You needed to make that work.
We got a new name, new logo, new website, and we've run with it.
Your trusty assistant, the ship's captain's wife, Emily Bonvino, says September 9th.
Oh, beautiful.
Isn't that great to have an assistant there waiting for you to help you out?
I'm so glad she's on things.
She's on top of it. Right. It makes it work. You have been in this organization. You took it over from Mindy Wendeley. But what has it been like to be in charge of this organization, and how important do you think is this organization to our community?
It's been so rewarding. I have loved it. Education at all levels has been something that's so important to me. My mother was at the preschool level. I would go back to school in a heartbeat and forget this real world stuff.
Right.
If I could.
Right.
Unfortunately, that doesn't pay the bills. So I stay involved in education in other ways. And so it's been so rewarding for me. But I've loved to see it grow. And I've loved the stories. I've loved making the connections with our students. And I'm seeing them achieve and get out there and be active in our community with education and teaching their kids how to read and owning businesses now. We're seeing some of our students come out and own their own businesses, and that's phenomenal.
What are some of the classes that you offer for those students who are looking to kind of better themselves? I know it's, the literacy classes are obviously a big part of it, the English classes, but you also offer, I think we've talked about this before, like how important Excel is and some of the software programs. What are some of those classes?
We have some digital literacy classes that are all online right now. They range from basic computer use, like turning it on, save something, using a keyboard and a mouse, and
sometimes
things
I need that training myself. Shockingly, it's a good refresher. So.
And then it goes into using Word, using Excel. There's lessons on telehealth. So if you're having to do that, especially in 2020 when COVID hit and people were doing that and nobody knew how to log on and get to the videos and talk to their doctors. And so there are lots of things with healthcare that we're seeing come through with that. And so there's options for doing that. And that is all online. It's included. So $25 for an entire year, you get the access to all of those. A large majority of those are actually offered in Spanish as well. And then we can offer certificates that you can put with a resume and everything that show that you took those classes and passed them.
All right. The change, this year in our community, with the flood and everything, has it impacted your organization in any way? I mean, what's been the impact for you and for the nonprofit?
Well, yes, we are actually losing our office space right now.
Oh.
So we are looking to relocate. Light on the Hill is becoming kind of a hub for flood recovery rebuild, and they need office space. So we are looking to move.
Okay.
So we've been searching for office space for two of us, a little bit of storage, and go from there.
So you're being displaced by the volunteer effort that's
yes.
out there, because I think Mercy Chefs and others are moving out there.
Mercy
as well.
Chefs, and then they're envisioning kind of the rebuild as it comes through.
Yeah.
Chainsaw teams, construction teams, and they'll have different project managers and things that will need office space.
Right. That's a big change.
It's a huge change, especially in a time when we're sitting here gearing up for registration. We need volunteers really bad. We had a long time, what was he? He was at 6 years with us, but he had been a professor at Schreiner prior, was our math teacher, and he retired. He decided he was for real retiring completely. And so we're looking for an English and a math instructor for our GED preparation. And then we're always open to more ESL instructors, as some of ours like to team teach rather than teach both Tuesday and Thursday. It kind of takes the pressure off.
Like, what do you have to do to volunteer?
You register on our elevatekerr.com. We visit with you. You don't have to have a teaching certificate. You have to have a love for it. You don't have to speak Spanish. Actually, they encourage you in ESL classes to teach in English. That's how they're going to learn.
Right.
And so we only actually have one instructor that is fluent in Spanish.
Okay.
And so we've got some training through our curriculum. It's an online curriculum, so you don't even have to build your own lesson plans. They're there. And our students get assigned. And so we've got training through that. We just left conference a week and a half ago and have some more options for some more training for our instructors that we can send them to. So it's an exciting time that you can get in, and kind of we're almost like in a rebuild for our instructors, and we're kind of gearing up to do a little different things and get them some training that we hadn't had opportunities for.
What, being the head of a nonprofit, what keeps you up at night? Volunteers and funding? Is that probably, Yeah,
those are my two biggest ones. Our students come to us. It's amazing. We can market like crazy, but it's word of mouth that we normally get our students. Yep. And so that seems to be a regular thing, but it's the volunteers. I mean, that's the big thing. The people that, they're putting in their time and their effort and their love and keeping that. And when they get tired of it, then finding a new person. I mean, you do wear out after so many volunteers. I mean, I know I'm trying to learn how to say no a little bit too. Yeah, that's tough when you probably have a lot of asks for too. Well, you nearly drowned last couple of years with the duck derby thing. I didn't have to this year. You didn't have to this year, but the 2 year I got photos and video of it. If you're going under the water, we don't need to share those. I can share those. I have a deep archive, folks. Let me say, of Misty in the water trying to wrangle all those rubber ducks. Speaking of wrangling, Amy and Jeffrey are here from the Playhouse 2000, and volunteers and funding. I'm sure keep you two up at night all the time. I'm sure.
We are an organization that is volunteer-driven first. Playhouse 2000 was founded as a community theater, and the community theater model is designed to make it possible for people to pursue their love of theater without necessarily getting paid for it. Yeah. I'm a firm believer in the word amateur, meaning people who do what they love, and that's why we support amateur, which I prefer to call, amateur artists are at the heart of what we do. And we're always looking for volunteers in that aspect of what we do. Yeah. And then there's the whole managing the Callow Theater aspect of things, which is both professional and international. Right. And, you recently announced your lineup coming up, and that's going to be an impressive piece of that as well. You've got a diverse range. I think that's when I say diverse, because we have a diverse population here that wants a lot of different things. Yeah. Now the Celtic Angels won't be coming, unfortunately, but I think that you've got a solid replacement to Celtic Angels. Yeah, so. I think you'll enjoy the Scots in their place. I don't know. We'll see. There's going to be bagpipes, though, right? Absolutely. Okay. Multiple bagpipes is my understanding. Bagpipes and cloggers and girls in tartans, so it should be fun. Well, that's going to be. But what is the show you're looking forward to? This coming from the performance series. Yeah. Probably the Bee Gees Gold. Oh, I had a lot of people get fired up about that one, the Bee Gees Gold, because you had a pretty good reaction to the Neil Diamond guy, right? He did well. Yeah, he did well, and right? he was great. Yeah. These guys are like, I don't know if you remember the Cher show. Yeah. The Cher tribute. Yeah. These guys are kind of along the lines of Lisa and her show. It's a big. Let me just say this though, it's not necessarily impersonation. No. No, it's more like a tribute. I mean, he's definitely, doing Barry's lyrics in that style. Yeah. But they're not trying to be the Bee Gees. They're just trying to honor that music. Right. But at the same time, the top-notch tribute groups are designed to bring you a show as if it were when in their heyday. So today you can go see something that. There are still some artists that are out there touring, but they have aged along with the rest of us. Yeah. Or you can see a tribute that shows you what they looked like when you remember seeing them. Right. Mm-hmm. And the best of those tributes are really, really high caliber. By the way, Misty, do you know who the Bee Gees are? I do. Okay, just making sure. Double checking. Making sure. My kids know who the Bee Gees are. Do they? I think it's kind of I think probably even if you don't listen to that, of course that's because they listen to it because they were children. You probably forced them. But, What about your kids? They know about the Bee Gees? Have you ever played the Bee Gees for your kids? I don't know that my kids would. I should have been born in the 50s, like when my parents, that was kind of. Yeah. I would fit into that. Were your parents disco people at all? Did you listen to the Bee Gees when you were a kid? My mom did. I'm sure my dad did not. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm sure he probably didn't. Yeah. I was a jazzer in the 70s. I did not listen to the Bee Gees. You were probably horrified by the Bee Gees, right? Horrible. Yes, that's the right word. Yeah. Yes. I actually wore a shirt on a regular basis that said disco sucks. Yeah. So yeah, I was a jazzer. Interesting. He's come to the reality of how things are with age, I think. Yes, that's exactly right. Disco more in its rightful place. Not all of disco, but the Bee Gees were pretty darn good. Well, I mean, when you realize they start having hits over and over again, and that music is timeless. Yeah, it's not an accident by any means. Right. Those are talented guys. It's so unique. If you really think about the
the way their sound and everything. So there's something about that the Saturday Night Fever.
Anyway, that's going to be a super fun concert. I think we're encouraging people to dress up in their 70s best and have fun with that.
And there's the Patsy Cline one too.
Yeah, Mandy Barnett.
Yeah.
Mandy Barnett is an amazing musician.
Right.
She started playing Patsy Cline in the Ryman Auditorium's tribute to Patsy, which was called Always Patsy Cline. It was a musical with a story and lots of Patsy music. She auditioned for that show and earned the right to play Patsy Cline when she was 18 years old.
That's amazing.
Wow.
And she's been doing it ever since, and she's an incredible performer. I would really have loved to bring in Mandy just to do Mandy's music, but I felt like introducing Mandy to people around the concept of Patsy Cline's music was probably going to be a little bit more of a direct connection. And it's a terrific show.
That video you showed, by the way, during the rollout, it was so weird to me. All those old guys sitting around in that whatever that TV show. I saw it again the other night or something like that on YouTube, and it was like a bunch of old guys sitting around singing songs in chairs.
Yes, that's from RFD TV, which I recommend if you're into classic country at all. RFD TV on Direct TV or something.
Yeah, it was an odd deal. So I mean, I kind of dug it because it was kind of impromptu, but
Yeah, I mean, she was not prepped to sing that song. She's sitting in a chair, and she just sounds amazing, and that's with no prep and not being able to stand and all that. It's just that just gives you an idea of how talented she is.
Yeah, I've never really noticed it. Is there? I'm sure someone can correct me on this. Does Willie Nelson ever talk about her singing that song? And did they know each other?
Patsy and Willie.
Willie, yeah.
Oh yeah, they knew each other really well. But of course, remember she died so early.
Right.
In Willie's career, he was just getting started when Patsy was hot, but they did know each other. Yeah.
But I mean, to write that song, and I actually like this as well. Oh, by the way, Jeff Harris is now loose in the Bee Gees.
Of course he is. Oh no, Jeff and I've been playing in our outfits for like a couple months now.
Councilmember Jeff Harris is a huge Bee Gees fan. And also a Cher fan, too.
Yeah, absolutely. We're working on getting Cher here another time.
Yeah.
I can't talk about it till we sign a contract, but we're trying to get Lisa back here to do that show again.
And
while we're talking about Jeff, if I can mention, we really, really appreciate the sponsorship of South Star Bank, who was sponsoring our entire performance series. I apologize for mentioning a sponsor on your air, but
that's all right. No, it's my guy, too, so it's okay.
Yeah, it sponsors them, too.
But, I mean, I think, though, that it says a lot when banks will step up. We see this in South Star does it. Broadway's ownership does it for the Symphony of the Hills. So, I mean, it's an important part of what we're doing.
I think it's really difficult for people to grasp how, let's just lay it out, how expensive it is to run a place like the Callow Theater. If we didn't have the support of about $350,000 a year from individual sponsors, corporations, and foundations, we couldn't give people what we give them on anything like an affordable basis. Our top ticket price right now is about $55 to $65. And as much as that, we understand that that's an investment in entertainment, it just doesn't pay the whole bill.
Well, artists, people forget that the arts, it's not just the artist, it's their whole crew. So like for like a I'm gonna bring them up again, but like the Bee Gees group or the Celtic Angels, how many people are accompanying them to help them with support and putting things together? I mean, it's probably a whole crew, right?
I mean, the Angels was a huge
band.
Yeah,
and the Scottish show is going to be probably
big too.
30 people who will be here and stay locally in a hotel that we buy for them, and they make a part of the touring thing work.
And so, I think people forget that you have this significant expense, with the talent you bring in. So that's the problem. You have the same problem, right, with Emily, right? She's significantly expensive to keep.
Oh yeah, the talent, that one's hard to manage.
I know. The talent, managing the talent is really tough. So you're in you have to get back in the facilities business now.
Yes.
That's going to keep you up at night.
Yeah, it has.
Thinking about
the
that.
last 2 weeks.
Right. And then for you, Jeffrey and Amy, you guys are in the middle of it right now too.
Speaking of facilities.
We are really, really coming down to the wire here. When we first started talking about this 18 months ago, we thought it might be finished in the middle of July. So we laid out some plans, but we made sure that we were flexible. We are pushing that flexibility right to the edge. So we're going to open Into the Woods on August the 29th. Right now we are in the final steps of finishing up the basic changes in the building, which are, I wish I could say they're going to be striking to look at, but what they really are is keeping the building cool,
And
dry.
you'll be comfy.
And because we got a new roof, we got a new AC system. We're getting a brand new hearing assistant system, which I think people are going to love. It's a Bluetooth assist hearing assistant system. We've made some other smaller changes. We've got a couple more changes coming up before we finish up this year. Going to redo the bathrooms and some other things, but getting the building open after 6 months with no income from the Callow has been a goal.
You're not redoing the bathrooms. You're just like updating them, refreshing them. You're not going to add any urinals.
No, I mean, we're not
right?
changing the footprint of the bathroom. But yeah, there's just no space to do that, to be honest.
Countertops.
I know.
Is what we're talking about.
Countertops, mirrors, the sinks, which if you've been in the ladies' restroom, you know the sinks are an issue. That's not going to be an issue anymore when those are done. So people will notice and appreciate that. But yeah, we can't change the footprint of the bathroom. So.
Gosh darn it. The only weakness in the facility.
I agree. Well, they did their best, I guess is what you could say.
They did. Well, I mean, my goal is I'm still relatively spry in my 50s. So I can get to the bathroom ahead of some of those old guys.
You kind of got to prep for it. It's so funny when you see people can tell that intermission is about to happen.
They're up.
A few start like trickling out right before the end so that they are first in line.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, honestly, people do that at the Majestic Theater. They do that at the Tobin Center. That's just a theater thing. Because there's going to be a line no matter what, no matter how big the bathroom is.
Fundraising. What does that look like?
We've had, a significant second goal as the building was closed. We tried to raise an additional $50,000 and came close to that to cover income that wasn't going to come in. In general, our individual giving has been real strong this year, and corporate giving has been real strong this year. And I wish I could say we're flush and ready to roll, but there's always more to go.
Yeah, and there's we don't know kind of the long-term effects of the flood but definitely with the first show that we opened, Lend Me a Tenor in July, we definitely saw that people were a little more slow to come out and do things and get out there. And so we're kind of looking at our, how is that going to affect us, with our next few months of performances? Are we going to be looking at, slower ticket numbers? And that's highly likely.
Yeah, we're looking at kind of an additive effect. COVID a couple of years ago, in which people were trained to stay home. We were just starting to grow past that, and then we had to close our building, and then the flood. So we're looking at going back to 2020 and restarting the process of convincing people that the very best way to experience entertainment or the arts is in a group of other people who also enjoy it, because that is an exciting and entertaining just in itself. Just being with that group is part of the experience.
Well, and this is one of the things I worry about, and why I think nonprofit week is so important is that, I worry about the floods sort of impact on participation.
Yes.
Right.
And I don't know, Misty, do you have any worries about that on your end?
Yes, all sides. Between, again, the volunteers, they're so focused out there where they should be.
Yep.
But, we need a few as well at every nonprofit that's in town.
Yeah.
You need volunteers. And then you've got to have, like for me, I've got to have my students come in and we don't know how much they were affected yet. We'll see as registration starts how they come in and if they've been affected and they have their brains other places as well. Yeah.
I'm going to ask all of you this because all of you lived here you grew up here. And the part of this is that what do you think this has done for our community, this flood and the tragedy associated with this? And how do you think we'll recover from this as a community?
I've seen a lot of the community come back together. There was a lot of division, East Kerr, West Kerr, Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, that's been coming through the years. And I've seen a lot of that come back together, people doing things together, and there's not quite the division. There's that hill country feel again.
Yeah.
And it's kind of back to the small town feeling that I grew up with here, that everybody's watching each other's back. You need something, I got your back, I can help you. It's not just like, well, sorry about your bad luck.
Yeah, right.
And walk on by. And that's where I feel like we were all getting a little callous to that point where it's like, everybody's got their own demons. Now it's like, this is affecting everybody.
My message was always to people like, look, Kerr County is Hunt. Kerr County is Centerpoint. Kerr County is Ingram. Kerr County is Mountain Home. Kerr County is Divide. Kerr County is Kerrville. Kerr County is, Lower Turtle Creek and Comanche Trace and all those places. And, we're all kind of in this together. We've all been affected by this as well. Jeffrey, how would you characterize what's happening in this community right now?
In addition, there being a regathering, I think there's also been a refocus. And if you're familiar with, the hierarchy of needs, where we are right now is way, way, way closer to the bottom of that hierarchy.
Yeah.
And it takes a while to grow through that back to the place where people are taking the time to also experience things like education, things like the arts and entertainment. And in the same way that we have to retrain our audience to get out and get together, we have to get back to a place where those things are the next thing on the list for people to look for.
What about you, Amy?
Yeah, I was just thinking that it feels a little bit like we've all been sort of in survival mode for the last several weeks. And that, while I think we're going to still be partially in that for a while as a community, I think it's really important for people's mental health to start kind of looking past that a little bit and saying, hey, let's get back together as a community. And there's been a lot of opportunities, which has been really cool. There's been fundraiser concerts and events and things like that. And I think where people are seeing that those things are out there, and I think it's really important for people to think, yes, I'm grieving. Yes, we've had a lot of loss, but there's also still a lot here. There's this community is strong. There's a lot of unique opportunities to be together and to celebrate life. Because we're all still here, and we've got to honor the people that were lost and honor the things that this community lost by being together and by celebrating together. And so I think I'm hoping that people are ready to begin to maybe start moving in that direction.
Right. What's your biggest need right now, Misty Cody?
Probably volunteers.
Okay.
We need to have volunteers to have our classrooms opened and not just be online right now.
All right. What's the future of Elevate? What's the future look like?
Again, just growing our classes more. We always have a wait list. So the more volunteers we can have, the more classrooms we can open up. We try to keep our ratios low. And so we don't try to shove 30 and 40 people. 15 is about our max. So we need more volunteers to get that and just keep growing it and, get the digital literacy going more. And it may start obviously online till we do have those volunteers that want to come in and do some digital literacy work, and got to get our office situation figured out, and then we can go from there.
Right. Okay, Jeffrey, 75% of this community voted for Donald Trump. Donald Trump just picked Kiss, Michael Crawford, and Sylvester Stallone to be Kennedy Center Fellows. Is any truth to the rumor you're going to have a mashup of Phantom, Kiss, and the Rocky musical as part of a show in the future?
If I can pull that off, buddy, you can bet we're going to do it.
We clearly have a Kiss tribute band now, right?
Oh, there's a fabulous Kiss tribute band.
There's a really good one, actually.
They were very, very close to the top of our list this year, but
all right.
Yeah, they're out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the future of the Callow Theater and Playhouse 2000 and VK Garage?
We are looking to jump back into business. We've got a very busy fall. We've got concerts starting on we've got Into the Woods that starts on the 29th. We close that the following Sunday. We've got a renter in town from Dallas. They're bringing in a show called 60s Mania. The following weekend, we've got Susie Bogus. If you don't know Susie, I recommend her. She's fabulous.
Yeah, she's really good, yeah.
Then after that...
I forgot about that.
We move into November. We've got a group coming out of Houston that does a choral concert that it's a memorial concert for those lost in Kerrville. Then we head into the holiday season, and we have just a terrific holiday season coming up. So Our goal is to show people that there is still a lot to do on our little campus, and the more we can convince people to get together and come to see the space and enjoy their fellow arts lovers, the better off we're all going to be.
What do you think the future is for the arts here in the community?
I mean, I feel like people are going to be ready for a time, like Jeffrey said, to be together and to enjoy the things that they enjoy together. And I mean, there's nothing like live performance, live theater, live music. It's an elevated human experience. It's not like watching TV or watching the movies, which I love, but there's just something different, and being in the room together live with, your dentist or your lawyer or your neighbor, who's in a show, or, being in the Calo with one of these groups that are coming from literally all over the world to our tiny little town to bring their art to you. And so it's just such a unique experience. And of course, we're always looking for volunteers. We have actually auditions this coming weekend for Agatha Christie's The Mousetrap. If you've always thought about, hey, it might be fun to be on stage, and this is a time when I want to, for my mental health, I want to get involved in something. Come on, we've got a place for you somewhere.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Missy, ever done any acting?
No.
I recommend it.
Time to start.
That is
There's
not
nothing like it.
That is not up my alley.
Look at you. But you would be. You could be a star. I could see you. I could see you doing it.
Thank you, but
You're literate.
I am, but I took that to the basketball court. But I have learned to really enjoy live performances. I had never done them until I was older and gone. And I have to say, listening to you talking about them, I'm like, it's so true.
Yeah.
There's just a difference in going to a live performance that my live performance was on a basketball court.
Yeah.
That's where I went forever. And now
And I love live sports too. I would
there's
rather
something
be in a
theatrical.
basketball stadium than in
There's something pretty theatrical about live sports
Look,
too.
we can do a crossover. We'll have Amy teach a class. You do a play. Okay.
Whew. My mother taught ESL.
All right.
That's not my wheelhouse.
No,
I always,
Listen,
man, I admire teachers so much.
I think we can make it work. Let's make it work. All right.
Let's make it work.
All right. Good job, everybody. Thanks for being here. I appreciate all of you for being here. And I can't say this enough that, when I realized I had you guys all double booked, I was like, oh, I can make these people work. I can talk to them about anything. And we didn't even get into sports, and we didn't get into movies, and we didn't get into show tunes and Jeffrey. So
We'll be back.
all right.
Next
Thank
time.
you guys for being here.
Thanks,
All
Lewis.
right. We'll take a quick break. Next up, Hill Country Corral's coming up. More fine arts coverage here. We'll be right back after more.
There you go. Hill Country.
All right, we're back here live on The Lead. It is Monday, August 18th. I got a note from Kat Kubista of Kinetic Kids, and she apologized profusely. She apparently moved to Colorado. Why in the hell anyone would do that? I don't understand. But she wanted to move to Colorado, so she apologized profusely for missing today's show. But we've had an amazing lineup so far this morning, and we're finishing strong. We have the Hill Country Vocal Arts Society. Is that right? And we've got a great group here as well. You may know them better as the Hill Country Corral, and we'll talk about that here. Just so you guys know, all of these episodes will be broadcast or will be available after the show on social media, on YouTube, and on our website, along with a little recap of what we talked about here on this. We are in the last hour, I had my first double booking, which is always possible because I don't pay attention always, and we had Elevate Literacy, and we had Elevate Adult Education, and then we also had the Callow Theater was here to talk about this stuff as well. We had the Country Atelier. So we are pretty much on target. And then right after this, we'll have the Center for Excellence, Center for Fitness, I should say. We'll be here right after that, and we'll talk to them. But this morning, we're now joined by Carol Holmes and Claire Robson of the Hill Country Vocal Arts Society. How are you two today? Glad that you're both here.
Thank you. Fine, thank you.
It's Monday morning, August 18th. We've had quite a summer here in Kerrville.
Yes.
How would you describe your summer?
Traumatic.
Traumatic. Yeah. Sure. Where do you guys live? Tell me where you live.
River Hill.
River Hill, okay.
I live between Ingram and Hunt.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
All right. So, Claire, what was your morning like on July 4th?
Well, we didn't have any electricity for 16 hours, and we were lucky.
Yeah. And were you a little bit higher up then?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes.
All right.
Higher up, not on the river.
On the river.
But we couldn't get out.
Yeah.
Because our small creek was
ripping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we were stuck in the house for 24 hours.
Wow.
And then our road went down, and then we were able the next day, the 5th, to actually drive out a little bit, but you couldn't go anywhere. Yeah.
The intensity of the storm. What was it like for where were you at? Did you know that it was? Some people have told me they didn't know it was raining.
Didn't know it was happening.
Yeah.
No, most of the rain took place out at Divide.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But you didn't. I mean, the thunder and lightning was just incredible. You know.
Slept right through it.
I kind of did too.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of did too. There was a thunder and lightning storm that was a few weeks before that kind of kept me awake for most of the night, just because the lightning was so intense.
Right.
It kept waking. I was like, oh my gosh, I even have a darkened room. It was still intense.
Yeah.
I kind of slept peacefully because I kind of knew I could sleep in a little bit. The night I was, I'll be able to sleep in. No, not at all. The arts, though, play, I think, a significant role in our healing that we're going through. True. How would you describe the healing that needs to happen in our community, and how the arts play a role in that?
It brings back peace. That is what I can say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's emotional.
It speaks to the spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. How big is your organization? The Hill Country Vocal Arts Society. How many members do you have?
We were singing in last year's choir about 50.
About 50,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Right.
And your performances are where?
Right now, most of them are at Tucker Hall, but
Okay.
last year we were invited to be the symphony chorus.
Right.
So at least once a year, we'll be singing with the symphony.
That was at
at
Christmas
Callow.
time?
Right.
Mm-hmm. This year, we sang
Right.
we did the Rudder Gloria
Right.
last year.
Right. That was lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And we'll be doing the Messiah this year with them.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Callow.
Right.
So normally Tucker Hall is where you perform. That's
Yes.
at the at St. Peter's.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
How has your organization? Well, so you kind of did a little bit of a name change, right? Why? Has that always been the name of the organization? Or
The organization was originally named the Hill Country Vocal Arts Society.
Okay, all right.
There was another director that established this organization of Kerrville's Community Chorus.
Okay.
And when he left, they invited me to direct, and that was just too much of a mouthful.
Right. Kerrville Community Chorus.
Or Kerrville Hill Country Chorale is what they decided on the name of the choir, because the umbrella organization, what's the numbers?
501c3.
Yeah, right.
Right.
The nonprofit organization is Hill Country Vocal Arts Society.
Yeah.
And it has the capacity to have more ensembles under its umbrella.
Right.
Which it'd be amazing to have somebody come forward and want to direct a youth choir or a children's choir. Mm-hmm. And we could accommodate that. And the Hill Country the Hill Country Chorale would then be just one of the ensembles.
One of the ensembles. Right. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it gives you more broad, a little bit more broader, like mission then in that case.
Yeah. And plans for the future.
Right.
If we need to. Yeah.
Because one of the challenges with any of these volunteer groups is the age of people. I mean, we it's kind of the elephant in the room, but it's the reality of the situation. Everyone's kind of older, and we gotta drag some young people into this.
Yeah, or catch them when they have time, which is after their kids are grown.
Right, exactly.
True. That's true. But we are getting younger people in there.
We do.
Yeah, we really are.
But I think I feel like the vocal arts are pretty alive and well. I mean, Tybee has a very good program.
Yes.
I feel like there's some strength in those programs.
People don't sing like they used to. You can tell it in the churches.
Yeah.
You just don't hear people singing, and there's so many other things for people to do. Mm-hmm. Used to, people didn't have television or radio and all of that, and everybody sat around after dinner and sang.
Mm-hmm. But there's a choir is so remarkable, to listen to.
Well, it's a team like any other team.
Yeah,
Everything has to be done at exactly the right time, and everybody in the right place doing their
together.
thing.
Yeah.
Together.
And listening. Listening.
In ensemble.
Yeah.
Carol, where did you begin your choir or chorale singing? When did you start?
Texas Master Chorale in the Houston area. Mm-hmm. I was there for about 18 years.
Okay.
And then moved to Kerrville, and I've been a part of this for about 6 years now.
Okay. Uh-huh. And what do you love about the kind of choral music that what does it sing for you, or what is it singing? What does it do for you? What do you love about it?
It is togetherness, and just all of us singing together. It just fills. It makes your Monday night just be wonderful.
Yeah.
And,
there's a lot of science about singing and music and the breathing, the regulated breathing that goes on with singers that say it's very good for your brain.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
Most of us drag in on Monday nights after working all day or whatever, and we're tired, and we start singing. By the end of the evening, we're ready to go out.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And the organization has been about 50 is about right for the size of the organization as far as the choir goes. Is that or would we like to be a little bit bigger than that?
Well, to sing with the symphony, it would be better to have another 10 to 20 people. Mm-hmm. We always need men, but we need everybody.
Right.
So, but tenors and basses are at a premium.
Right.
And it would be good to be able to do bigger things. Dr. Dowdy has talked about wanting to perform the Carmina Burana.
Right.
And that takes a pretty good choir, pretty big choir.
That's a very big choir.
Yeah. And the Messiah actually was written. Handel wrote that for a chamber choir. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be, but you have to be able to balance the orchestra. So the bigger the orchestra is, the bigger the choir.
What's interesting about Handel is he wrote the was it Zadok the priest, which is what they play for the coronation of the royal the monarchy in England, Great Britain. He wrote it like in 1750 or something like that. It's incredible to think about that. Is still a powerful piece of choral music.
Oh, and I was so excited. Some years back, I watched the movie Harry Wilson's War about the East Texas congressman. Yeah. During one of the scenes, they played a piece from Handel's Messiah.
Right.
And I was just going, wow, this is great,
Yes.
He would be so pleased to know that his music was still relevant to where they would use it as part of the soundtrack for a movie.
Yeah.
What was it? What was Handel's story? Like he was like visiting England, and then like they just captured him. He never left. He
never left. Yeah, he was German, like Bach, a contemporary of Bach. But
he was like a favorite of the royals. You know, like
Definitely.
you're just gonna stay here. We're gonna play music for us. We need walk-up music, basically, like sports events.
Well, and the water music.
Oh,
was
yeah.
for a procession up the Thames of the royal barges.
Right, right. Yeah, so it's so beautiful to think about, too. You know, when Dr. Daddy comes to you and says, we're going to do this, how long does it take you to kind of organize it and put it together?
Well, we all plan both organizations plan our season in the summer before the season happens, because you have to order music and you have to, do everything. He comes to me, we planned the Messiah last year. He said, next year I want to do the Messiah, and I said, fine. Mainly because we all know it.
Right.
I mean, it's not going to be new music, so it'll just be a polishing process rather than a teaching notes. But he also just came to me a few weeks ago saying because of the flood disaster, he would like to start his season, which I believe it starts in October, with a choral piece.
Oh, really? Okay.
And he says,
so
do you have
a little
anything?
bit. Yeah.
Well, he just wants to do something different to commemorate the disaster.
Right.
And he said, do you have anything that'd be appropriate? Well, our first concert is the beginning of November.
Okay.
Right.
And we're doing Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Okay.
One of his pieces is from a mass. It's the Pie Jesu.
Okay.
And it would be absolutely perfect for a memorial.
Yes, that would be.
At the beginning of a concert.
That would be.
So we're looking at doing that.
Claire, how long have you lived in Kerr County, and when did you get your start in the music?
I majored in music in college and in the 70s.
Where was that?
Corpus Christi.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've done music all my life, mainly in church choirs.
Church choirs. And then when did you move to Kerrville?
I moved to Kerrville in 82.
Okay.
Yeah, my grandparents moved up here and bought property in
Isn't that how it works out? My grandparents moved up here and I followed them here.
You follow the family.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
Well, and then my parents moved up here, and then our family came down.
So you were like the last one. Or did you have kids that they followed you?
Yeah. Well, my kids were the last one was born here.
Born here. Okay. Perfect. What is it that makes this area special? Kerr, what do you think? What makes it special for you?
Well, I moved here because of the medical, really.
Right.
A lot of it. Now, of course, we had the music, as you know, we have Rotary is another thing. And where we came from, we had a ranch in Mason.
Okay.
There were no doctors. There were no organizations. We visited the church, St. Peter's, and so those were the things that led us to Kerrville. And we looked around several places before we decided on Kerrville.
Carol's husband is English, so
okay.
Anglican.
Right. All right, that makes sense too.
Yep.
How did you marry an Englishman? Where was he?
We were both in the oil business. In Houston,
that makes sense. Okay.
In Houston.
Right.
Yeah, I was working for Exxon, and he was working for a smaller oil company there.
Did you hold it over him that you're working for Exxon?
Oh, of course, at all times.
What was your job?
I was working in the production department.
Oh wow!
At that time. So.
She spent time in Alaska.
Yeah, I spent time with British Petroleum. I had been in British Petroleum when the oil came in for the first time, and had met some people from Exxon, and they said, "Well, if you ever come to Houston, let us know. We'll put you in the production department." I said, "Hey, that sounds like a winner."
Wow.
So guess what? I did.
You did.
And moved to Houston. And so then I met Doug, and he was in a small oil company. And I held it over him.
Yeah, I bet you did. Who has the better retirement, him or you, right?
One of the wonderful things about the corral is every person you talk to has an amazing story.
Yeah.
These are professional people.
Yeah.
they sing as a hobby because it makes them feel good. But when you get into conversation with them, it's just amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did your husband lose his accent yet, or is he?
No.
Yeah.
And he goes, when he was in England, when he called, you go, oh no, he's gone back.
He's gone back.
I've always said I taught him to say reckon. And so he's finally saying reckon, and he's not saying schedule anymore.
No schedule. Or oi, oi. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
I think that's Yiddish.
Yeah, I think something like that. Right. The beauty of that, is he a singer too?
No, but he listens, and I keep telling him. I said, we need people to listen. Not everybody needs to try singing.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't sing. No.
How many performances does the chorale do a year? What is the?
This year with the symphony, we've added several things to our season.
Yeah.
We'll sing the opening for the symphony. We'll have our first concert in the beginning of November, which is Andrew Lloyd Webber. Then we'll sing the Messiah with the symphony. Then we will have our Christmas concert. Then we're hosting, along with the symphony, the Sunday between Christmas and New Year's is the community Messiah sing-along.
Right.
And we host that, and it's at St. Peter's until we outgrow it, which is coming close.
Yeah, right.
And then in the spring, we have the Classical Music Festival, which is the beginning of March. And that's going to be opera this year. We're going to focus on opera.
Okay.
And that's in Presbyterian Church. They let us go.
Yes, we do good. We do that one at First Presbyterian.
Does the organ get to be played during that time, or just all choral music then?
Well, it would be nice.
Yeah.
But we have some issues with that sometimes. So
the beauty of this, is there a place you really you enjoy performing at? Is the
we love First Presbyterian.
So
we
beautiful.
like Tucker Hall.
Yeah.
It's quite nice.
I don't know what the acoustics are like in the old part of the Presbyterian church in the original sanctuary.
The acoustics were fine. The setup was a little difficult because their choir loft was, again, along the Anglican lines where it faces each other.
Right.
It divides the choir and they face each other. And so that causes problems
hearing
in
probably.
performance.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then we did several times set up on their stairs in the old chapel, in the old sanctuary. But once we outgrew it.
Right.
We couldn't fit everybody in.
So First Pres is kind of like that's like our little Carnegie Hall almost in some ways.
Well, it's like a European cathedral.
Yeah, right.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
They built that thing right, that's for sure.
They
built
did,
that one.
and the organ is amazing. It would be nice.
Yeah.
If we could use it more, sometimes.
We use their room, their choir room for
rehearse at First Presbyterian.
Free. Yeah, they are so nice.
They're
to us.
very kind
They have
to
a
us.
separate choir room over there? I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah,
huge, nice.
They have a choir room. Yeah.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
And so you have multiple performances here. Fundraising does what for you? How does that help you?
Supports our budget.
Yeah.
All of it.
What kind of things would you? What kind of things do you need from your budget?
Oh, publicity is a big one. Of course, they pay me and the accompanist a stipend.
Right.
Publicity is a big expense. We pay insurance on our board.
Tucker Hall.
Yeah.
Venue is always an expense.
Yes.
The music, just purchasing music.
Yeah, that can be
like this year, we're using things that we already have for most, but our last concert in April will be Berlin.
So anything contemporary, you still have to play.
Cole Porter.
Yeah, you still have to pay royalties on those, right?
I have to buy music.
Yeah, buy music.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we do a new concert, then we have to purchase all the music, which music these days, one piece costs anywhere from $350 to $450.
Wow.
And 50 of
right.
them is
wow.
quite an expense.
That's quite an expense. fence?
We've had help over the years from like the Community Foundation and the Peterson grants.
Yes.
And they've helped us considerably.
People in the community have helped us too. That's
We
for
have
sure.
a lot of wonderful donors. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, what is, but when you make the pitch of why this is important, how do you tell the foundations that, this is why we should be, this is why your generosity would help our community? Well, how do you make that pitch?
Fortunately, I'm not the one that has to.
Yeah.
Because I
It's not
don't
like
do
Carol's
well
job.
asking for money.
Yeah.
No, actually, we have a board person that's in charge of fundraising. I have a T-shirt that says, "When there are no words, music speaks."
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all there is to it.
Right, right.
When you can't express it any other way.
And I think everybody is interested in music of some kind.
I agree.
And it's very easy to sell if they come to our concert, and it's very easy to sell after that.
Absolutely.
They really
And
do
I
enjoy
work
it.
hard at making our concerts eclectic.
Mm-hmm.
My guideline is sacred, secular, popular, and classical.
Right.
And so I try to do some of that in almost every concert.
Well, the sacred music, though, is just so powerful and beautiful. And I think a lot of times people forget, what a hook that is. I mean, you're talking about, playing the Messiah or some of these great, hymns almost as well.
So many people don't attend churches anymore.
Right.
Or even know the sacred music.
Right.
And we had a concert that had 60s. And everybody in there was singing.
Right, really?
I mean, it was just unbelievable.
great.
What were they singing? What were they?
Simon and Garfunkel, the
Yeah.
Beatles.
Bridge
country
over
western.
troubled water.
Yeah.
All of those.
All those things we grew up with.
That's right.
It was
That works.
fun.
Yeah. And it
That does work. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
had one
Well,
of the
and the
largest.
60s have had a revival with this generation, the millennials, I guess.
Yeah.
I think we had the most people at our concert when we had that 60s in Tucker Hall. Yeah.
Is that right? Interesting.
Dragging chairs all over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's delightful to hear because sometimes you don't think about choirs singing those songs.
Right.
There's that great video from the Kennedy Center honors where Led Zeppelin, was getting their honors and they sang Stairway to Heaven and they had a choir that performed it. And Jimmy Page and those guys were all weeping basically when they see the choir come out, like it meant something extra to them.
It has become part of musical history.
That's
at
right.
that point.
Right, because it's a totally new interpretation of their art, and it's even more powerful than they could even possibly imagine too.
Yeah.
All right, so so Tucker Hall is the main place. That's the first show is in November.
Yes.
Possibly a sneak preview in October.
In October.
At the
With the
Callow
symphony.
at the Symphony. That's not bad. Is Dowdy good to work with, or is he a pain?
He's lovely.
Great.
Okay.
But
He's amazing.
Strict.
Strict, but he has to be. I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Hurting musicians.
It's got to be incredible hurting the musicians and the choir and everything like that.
Oh, yes.
And
then
dealing with so many egos.
yes, right. I
But
know.
he's
incredible.
lovely. He directs choirs much better than a lot of orchestra conductors. So the choir really enjoys him.
Yeah.
You can be able to deliver on Carmen Burina.
We will when the time comes. Yes.
I want that to happen. So.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that piece as well. So you have a show in November, and then what's the rest of the season like?
Christmas with the symphony, and then our Christmas concert will be a week later, and then the Messiah sing-along.
Okay.
Yeah, that
December
takes
the
us
13th
through the
is
year,
ours.
through the end of this year, and then 2 concerts in the fall.
All right.
I mean, in the spring.
In the spring.
Right.
Looking forward to it. You'll come back and tell us about that, as we get a little closer to your shows, right?
Yeah, certainly. If you like, I'd be happy to.
We love having you guys come on. It's
Great.
delightful.
Good.
It's delightful.
Good.
It makes me happy. All right. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it very much. It's the Hill Country Vocal Arts Society, a.k.a. Hill Country Chorale. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You enjoyed it.
all right. Have a great day, you guys.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're into our final segment of the day one of our nonprofit week here on the Lead Live. I'm Louis Amestoy. This is brought to you by South Star Bank. Thanks to Jeff and to Kyla Gazelle, who they offer nonprofit banking services across a wide range of offerings there. So if you need them, they can help you out. We've talked to today Kerrville Pets Alive, Freeman-Fritts Vet Clinic and Shelter, Our Lady of the Hills, the Pregnancy Resource Center, the Hill Country Atelier, the Playhouse 2000, and the Callow Center for the Performing Arts, and Elevate Adult Learning. And we just finished with the Hill Country Vocal Arts Society, and we're going to wrap up our day with our friends at the Center for Fitness, and they are terrific. Tomorrow, we've got the Big Fix, the HE Butt Foundation. This all starts at 8 o'clock, by the way. The Guadalupe River Center at 9. The Kerr Connect at 9:30. The Kerrville Area Chamber of Commerce Foundation at 10:30, The Ultimate Gift of Life. And then we finish it out with the Texas Master Naturalist Hill Country Chapter and the Hill Country Master Gardeners tomorrow. So a full day of conversations tomorrow. Today we have we've had a pretty wide range, and I like the fact that we're finishing it with the Center for Fitness because I feel like I need to stretch my legs. Kathy Sears Hall is here. Kathy, how are you?
I'm fine, and I'm wearing two hats today. My biggest hat is Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Texas Hill Country.
That's true. I forget about that. You know what? Yes, that is true. You got that hat as well. And then we have Janine
Jeannie Weinheinen.
Weinheinen. Love it. It's a name that nobody can pronounce, but we know that it's there. And you're here today on behalf of the board of the Center for Fitness or the Boys and Girls Club?
Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
Big Brothers, Big Sisters. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Texas Hill Country.
Yeah, we're both on the board.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad, but I feel like we need to stretch though. I feel like I think we need some stretching as well. This Big Brothers Big Sisters though, you're such an advocate for it as well. Tell me about why you're involved with this organization.
Well, I've been a Big, which is a mentor to a child for 12 and a half years now. Her name is Caitlin. Okay. And
you introduced her at an event
She
recently.
came. We did one of your podcasts.
Yeah, the city, and also the city council meeting too, right?
Yeah, we did a city council thing. Yeah. And so we were matched when she was in 5th grade. She graduated last year from Texas A&M.
Wow.
And first in her family to get a 4-year degree. She's back here in Kerrville, working full-time at Peterson Health. She's one of their patient care advocates or access advocates.
When was that, in May or June? When did we do that conversation? That was earlier this year, right? I'm blanking now. Like I remember her at the council meeting.
Yes, yeah, so, we got the kindness award.
Yes, right.
She and I did. Yeah. Delane offered that to us.
That's such a remarkable story, though.
It is. Yeah. So she is working full-time at Peterson in the emergency room. She's the one that would take your insurance information and check it out for you, take your name and address, and she's now supervising the people that do that.
Oh, wow.
And then she's got a second job at HEB, stacking and checking, and that money is going to pay back her student loans.
Nice.
Very responsible.
Very
young lady.
Responsible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I might need to follow that route myself just to pay off some student loans for my kid. But and then Jeannie, tell me about your involvement with this organization.
I joined the board a little over a year ago. It just has my heart. I am a single mom, and my son is in the program. He has a Big, and it's just a really good experience for to see.
What does he get from that? Do you think? What kind of responsibility does he get? Or what kind of interaction does he get with that person?
So he's done outings. He loves to he's a foodie, so he loves to go, out to eat with his Big, and it's really nice to have another adult in his life, rather than just me, and So it's a really good experience for him to have a big, and then just to see the other kids in the program thrive and be first generation college students and be able to start their lives. And it's really impactful. The impact Big Brothers Big Sisters has on our community definitely is kind of where my heart is too, so.
Well, and that's such a, like I said, for a single parent, it's so important to have, your child, you can't play that role all the time. Mom, dad, aunt, uncle, mentor. There's, I think everybody has somebody that they can rely on who's not necessarily a parent. It's always good to have that sort of kind of, I don't know, guided journey from somebody who's vetted a little bit too, which is a nice part of that as well.
Yeah.
And how do you become a big brother or a big sister? How does that work exactly?
You express an interest. We've got an online tool to do that, or you could call one of us. There is a background check, of course, and references to check out. And then there's a series of orientations and trainings. Okay, what is it to be a big? How do you handle this, that, and the other situation? How do you work with the parent to make sure that you make appointments for your outings? All that's covered. And then eventually, if you've progressed through that process and you still want to be a big and you've passed all the criteria, then we'll find a child to match with you. Y'all will meet. You'll have a kind of a trial outing, and then shake hands and say, this is what we want to do. And we do ask that they commit to a year and see the child 2 or 3 times a month is all, but most of us do more than often.
Right.
My husband got involved with Caitlin as well, and it was nice for her to have a man to ask some car questions to, and things like that. So, and really, what you do is you just spend time with them. You don't need to spend any money on them.
Right.
You can. There's all kinds of free activities in town. Just, you can go to the library, you can go get a cool drink somewhere, and that's where conversations come up and questions come up.
Right.
And how do you handle this? And this happened to me at school.
Right.
And this is what I want to be and want to grow up. Those kinds of things.
Exactly. Those big questions. What are some of the questions you get? How's your son dealt with this role in his life, role model in his life?
I think it just is, really nice for him to be able to have a big. I think he considers his big more of like a sibling, but then more of like a friend, because he does have a big sibling,
right?
But she's kind of bossy, and so when it comes to somebody outside of the family, it definitely helps with him being more social, because even in this generation, I think the kids nowadays are a little bit more introverted, and so with him, with all the technology, I think it's helped to be able to have conversations. And
well, technology has an ability to kind of isolate children, I think, sometimes too, because they can get lost in the screen, and and not have to interact with humans or adults, or just not look at somebody and say, I'm not going to talk to you because I'm going to go look at my computer or my tablet or my phone.
Yeah. It forces him to get out of the house too. So I think that's a benefit on my end. I think I can tell him to get outside all day, but when his big would come pick him up, then I think it's kind of like, okay, I have to go. But then he comes back happy, and just he had the time of his life. So
that's great. We're talking with Kathy Sears Hall and Jeannie. Let's do it again. Let's all do it together. Wenheinen. I know it's like German, right?
It's actually Finnish. Yes.
Wenheinen. Sounds like something in Hawaii, though, too. Like Wenheinen. We're going to go to Wenheinen Beach now. All right. And big brothers and big sisters play a critical role in our community. And we've had these conversations before because Andrew Gay, who's with us here from Texas Hill Country Advisors, has been a big brother previously. I know it's been a big deal for him.
His little just graduated from Ingram, and
is that right?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I think he told. I think I knew that because I was at the graduation and Andrew was there. I think.
Yeah.
So that's great too. How many people are involved? How big is the organization right now?
Right now we have 15 matches in the Hill Country, and that covers Kerrville, Bandera, Centerpoint, and Fredericksburg. Most of all of it's really.
There's probably a much
Kerrville
more
and
need
Bandera.
though. I would think.
Pardon?
There's probably a much greater need though. I would think.
Much greater need.
Okay.
Much greater need, and especially men bigs.
Yeah.
There are some. So we'll match a female with a female big only.
Right.
We'll match a little boy with either a female big or a male big, but they really want a male big.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And this organization is very data driven, and statistically, the kids are much more likely to graduate from high school, much less likely to drink, much less likely to be incarcerated. I mean, it's the evidence is there that this really makes a difference in a child's, and that's what we're trying to do, is make a child's life better forever.
Right, because the interaction that showing up, that providing time is so critically important to a kid's development.
You're so right.
So
somebody they can count on.
Being present is the biggest part of this as well.
Yeah. And I would say most of the kids are in a single parent home, and so they're, as Jeannie described, they are, the parents are tight on time.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, time is a huge is a huge issue for so many. And do you have a say in who that big will be? How do you vet that as a parent? Yeah.
Yes, there's a process that the big goes through, and then there's also a process that the little goes through with the parents, and so the parents, they do decide at the end of it all if it's a good match or not, and then it's just a process that it's.
So just as I mentioned the orientations and trainings for the big, there's orientations and trainings for the littles and the family,
right,
as well.
Right, right, and and is this something you feel reliable, like a reliable person? Like, what's your assessment of their ability so far with your kid?
I think it's. I mean, I don't know. That's a hard question.
Your son come back and he's like fired up, or does he?
Yeah. He comes back, excited, happy. He got to. It's kind of like I don't know what you call it, something in his brain that makes it gives him
endorphins.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it makes him excited and happy, and I think it's positive impact on him.
Right,
so
right.
It definitely makes a difference.
I mean, I think that's one of the things too, that every kid, I was always, as a kid, was kind of had, I had my father, but I always had coaches and people who were around me who were involved and engaged, in things. But sometimes your parents can't always provide for you the best. I always remember, like, my dad was a really good, great baseball player, but teaching me how to hit was lost on him. Like, he said, you should be able to figure out how to hit. But it was my my babysitter's husband, who was the one that really taught me how to hit the ball. And it was just, he just had a way of teaching that my dad, who was a teacher, didn't have that way.
Yeah.
So and I think it's always interesting. Some of you have to take those people, have to teach you certain things. You learn skills from people, and that's how you build a rapport with stuff. I think that what you're trying to do here, though, is so important, and I feel like we're battling, and it's an uphill battle for us because we don't have enough men who are willing to take the time, myself included, to say, hey, I'm going to carve out some time that's not work related or something else related and do this for the community, because have a positive.
And let me throw out, there's two other options that we are exploring here in the Hill Country. And one is, it's called a workplace program. And where employees of a workplace would volunteer their lunch hour, and we'd pair them with a school, and the school would bus over some littles during lunch, and one of our staff members would lead them through games and exercises, and then some one-on-one time. And they meet monthly to do that for the 9 months of the school year.
Right.
And that way, it's not your personal time. Now, often in other locations, those bigs and littles will choose then to take the next step and form the traditional mentor partnership that we're in, and make outings on their own.
Right.
The other thing that we're in the process of exploring it's called the high school bigs. So Tybee High School, as an example, students would volunteer to be matched with an elementary school little, and after school, those two would get together, and again, we'd have a facilitator to guide them through some exercises and games and get to know each other kind of thing. And that one meets more often. That's once a week.
I agree with that, because I think sometimes you forget that these high school kids, they do have impact.
They do. Yeah. And the little ends up learning not to be so afraid of high school, and the high schooler ends up sharpening their maturity skills. So it's a win-win.
Yeah. Right. Especially in a community like Kerrville and Ingram and Center Point, where it's a one high school community essentially, and you have the you kind of grow up there, and these kids see. I don't know how many little kids are like, I'm going to be TFND or Center Point or Ingram. So it is an important one too.
And so we've always had that need, I think, and that this kind of program could fill. But especially with the flood, I think that there are some kids out there that need more of a role model in their life.
The flood has been our underlying story today, and will be throughout the week. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, kids sometimes need help contextualizing what has happened in our community. So, I mean, your facility, you got a front row seat probably to the river. It didn't get up high enough, right?
It got within inches of the back door.
That's amazing.
Within inches. It's a miracle that it didn't come in.
And it was your father that built that place, right?
My parents did.
And would they have ever envisioned that would have happened?
No. And the bank on the opposite side of the river is much lower than ours, so it had to really come up. Yeah. I know. I thought about you guys. I wonder if it got up there, and it's just kind of checking on everybody. We're just a block or two from those G Street apartments, which
they got flooded out.
All of them did.
Yeah, the 911
just enough lower. Yeah.
The 911 calls at that place are harrowing.
Yeah.
People thought that they could not get out. They were the water pressure alone was keeping people kind of pinned in those places. So if you can think about that for a second as well. The flood, though, has kind of, how would you describe our community's response to the flood? Jeannie, let's go with you first. What do you think? How has the community responded, do you think?
I think the community, the community acted very, very fast and efficient with coming together and being available to businesses and families impacted and individuals. And
the banking community, by the way, which you're part of, has been remarkable actually in a lot of ways, and trying to help out and figure things out for people.
Absolutely. Providing resources, and I think we have the best community all over Texas, really. And so I just, with a disaster like this, I wouldn't choose to live anywhere else.
Right. So. Yeah, I would echo that as well. What about you, Kathy? What do you think?
Well, I think it definitely touched everybody, whether you were directly impacted with we all know somebody who died. We all know somebody who had flood damage.
Yeah.
My father had flood damage, even though it was from the rainwater, not the river.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all affected. I have been really impressed with the state and federal help that has come in and joined forces with our just amazing city and county staff.
Yeah.
All the nonprofits that are doing just unique things. All the individuals that are doing unique. From the laundry service to the meals are over the top. But everybody's helping somebody in some way. The people, volunteering to clean up. I learned a lesson when the national news media came into town. What their angle is the first couple of days was
blame,
all sympathy, and then they want to be the one to figure out. They simplify the process, and they want to figure out who's to blame.
Yep.
And that's all they care about now. And I'm glad they're gone.
Yep. Well, I tell you, that was. Let me say this that I've shared before, but there were some words exchanged between myself and a couple of reporters from NBC and ABC News over the tone of their coverage, and it may have been me screaming at them inside of the EOC that they had the wrong story, essentially.
Yeah.
Because the blame game is easy for people to deal with, but the reality of it is that
just put a siren up.
It's much more complex than that. Yeah. Put a siren up when and evacuate. Just as an aside, I will say this: that I shot a video Thursday, which I haven't shared yet, and it's a direct challenge to ABC and NBC News over the Code Red and issue. And the Code Red issue is, okay, you get a Code Red, and you're going to evacuate in the western stretches of Kerr County. Where are you going to evacuate to? Where are you going to go?
You shouldn't get on the road. That's for sure.
You're not going to get on the road because, oh, by the way, here's a low water crossing. Here's another low water crossing. Oh, you're trapped. Okay, so basically, I'm going to drag my 4-year-old and 5-year-old up a hill during a lightning storm to up a rocky thing that's also flooding. It's just like.
I've heard it described as a waterfall, not rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. It's incredible. But yeah, you're right. We all learned some lessons about that. And it's unfortunate because the story is much more complex than that.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
But I love all the monuments around town.
Yeah.
All the ribbons around town. Yeah. And I think I see that going on for a really long time.
I think our resilience in the community is what's going to define us long term. The organization here locally, what kind of things do you need? Volunteers, money?
We need volunteers to be bigs. We need some more board members. We need money. We're planning a fundraiser, a 5K on the River Trail in October.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen.
On hold, right?
So, and there are other nonprofits that have the fall is a big season for fundraisers in Kerrville. And a lot of us are impacted by either not being able to have the event that we had hoped, or on the other hand, and very understandably, there may be some donor fatigue as well. People wanting to give to the flood instead of organizations like ours.
Yeah.
I totally understand that, but
that worries me a lot because there's a lot of need. This is the day we've shown this. You need it. Elevate needs it. There's so many. A lot of our nonprofit groups need it. So I mean, we're in need of this right now, and donor fatigue is a real thing. So
yeah.
How do we combat that? I don't know the answer to that question at this point, but it's important. Maybe we should have some kind of yogathon or triathlon indoors at the Center for Fitness. What do you think?
We are exploring some of those. Yes, we are.
All right. All right. Good. What's the most important thing about the Boys and Girls Club you want people to know? I'm sorry, big sisters,
big brothers, big sisters.
Big
that
sisters.
You have the ability to change a child's life for the better forever.
Yeah.
And to me, that's priceless. And all it takes is time.
Jeannie, how about you?
they're our future generations. And so we want them to grow up giving back like we do.
Right.
And so it impacts them directly, at the time, but then it also impacts their future. And I think we do have some littles that are waiting for some bigs, and so we really want these, kids to be matched. And I think, we just really want to help them in their futures.
Right. Yeah, it's the most important job you could have, really.
It really is. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. All right. Good job.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you both for being here. That's it for today, everybody. Thanks for joining us again. Back tomorrow for another 4.5 hours of programming all week long here on the Lead Live. And look for these interviews to be posted later throughout the day. Thanks a lot for joining us. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Lewis.